Good morning to all attending the RTA's meeting of the Board of Directors. I thank you for being here on this beautiful day, and I want to review a couple of guidelines for the meeting today. For the members who are here in person, we have great attendance as we always do. Please turn on your microphones when you wish to speak and off when you are finished, so we limit the microphones or the number of microphones that are on at any one given time. And I'll call on those who have questions or comments who are here in person. For those calling in remotely, keep your audio on mute as much as possible to minimize background noise, which may impair the recording of this meeting. When you have a question or comment, raise your virtual hand, and the board secretary will call on board members who have raised their hands one at a time. We got pretty used to that during COVID. In fact, I saw a story today. It's hard to believe. People starting kindergarten this week were actually COVID babies. So that's kind of an eye opener when kindergartners are ones who lived through COVID, as did many of you on this board. When Joey calls on you, if you're remote, lower your hand if you can remember, and unmute yourself before speaking. With that said, I'll now officially call the meeting of the Board of Directors of the Regional Transportation Authority for Northeastern Illinois to order. And would everyone in the room please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? If possible. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Good morning, everyone. Director Carey?
Here.
Director Colson?
Here.
Director Gorman?
Here.
Director Groven?
Here.
Director Jenkins?
Here.
Director Katarik?
Here.
Director Lewis?
Here.
Director Wandero?
Here.
Director Rotundo?
Here.
Director Ross?
Here.
Director Ryan?
Here.
Director Sager?
Here.
Director Walker? Director Yonan?
Here.
And Chairman Dillard.
Present.
We have 15 present.
Excellent attendance. Dr. Sager has indicated he's on other business dealing with the state of Illinois, and he cannot attend in person. But pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, he's deemed admitted unless anybody has objections to letting Dr. Sager in the meeting. Brian, you're lucky. Nobody objects to you. And hearing none, Dr. Sager may participate remotely.
Thank you.
Item 3 is the approval of the minutes from our board meeting and executive session held on July 24th of 2025. Any corrections or comments to the minutes you've all been provided? If not, how about a motion in a second? Director Lewis moves that we approve the minutes from last time, seconded by Director Groven. And Madam Secretary, please call the roll on the approval of the minutes from July 24th.
Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Colson?
Aye.
Director Gorman? Director Groven?
Aye.
Director Jenkins?
Aye.
Director Katarik?
Aye.
Director Lewis?
Yes.
Director Wandero?
Yes.
Director Rotundo?
Yes.
Director Ross?
Yes.
Director Ryan?
Yes.
Director Sager?
Yes.
Director Walker?
Yes.
Director Yonan?
Yes.
Chairman Dillard.
Yes.
15 ayes.
And those minutes are approved. Item 4 is the public comment section of our meeting. We've received several written comments, which we appreciate, and which were sent to the board yesterday, and you all have the written comments available to you. I know I answered a number of emails from those concerned with matters pending before us, especially ADA paratransit. We do have a number of people here today in person who wish to speak, and can't thank you enough for being here. I do want to remind you that our rules say that there's a 3-minute time limit on how long you may speak. I know we have public commenters who are signed up to speak, and let me just give you Scott and Marla Davis, Henry and your sons, Mickey Koppel, Kim Liddell, Horatio is here, Larry Dean, David Zoltan, and I know there's Marina Salmon as well. There's probably more of you, and I'll call you after the people who have signed up have spoken. So Scott, are you here? Just looking for. All right. How about Marla Davis, Henry, and your sons? Marla, are you here? Come on up to the table if you would, if you can make your way up. Thank you very much for being here. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Marla. I'm the parent of two young men with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Both of them have the RAP program. We live in the suburbs where we have access to public transportation, but their disabilities prohibit them from safely being able to get around the community. I'm going to talk about my son Levi. He's wearing the shirt that says Levi's on it. I'm very proud of him. Levi had an injury when he was 10 and he suffered a he suffered an intellectual disability as a result. He's made a tremendous recovery and he's able to work 2 different jobs in preschools and in daycares for 5 different shifts for a total of 12 hours a week. Levi also can only work 2 hours at a time due to his tolerance for being able to be at work as well as his attention. He earns minimum wage. The transportation that is offered through PACE through these subsidies enables him to work without it all being eaten up by his work check. In order to get to work, it's about a $15 Uber ride there and back, and he earns $15 an hour, which means if he worked, he would be making no money. That would be okay, except Social Security deducts what he works from his Social Security paycheck. He also contributes to the community by going to the food pantry and by helping out. He contributes to the community by shopping locally, volunteering at the food pantry. He also gets his blood drawn once a month, uses the RAP for that. He goes to 2 different day programs, as well as accesses other things. My son Bennett is also works in the community. He worked at Cove School this summer, and he was a volunteer teacher's aide there. And without that program, he would also be unable to work in the community. I live in a suburb that has access to public transportation. I know this program is only accessible for when you're going somewhere on public transportation to another place that has public transportation. And we've made a commitment that their jobs are accessible to public transportation. They just are unable to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go on to the next person. Mickey Koppel, are you here? Come on up, Mickey. Welcome.
My name is Mickey Koppel. I live in the suburb of Schaumburg. Like Marla, I have 2 adult sons with intellectual disabilities. Neither of them live with me, which means that they're not with me when they need transportation. They both work in the community. One is a bagger at Jewel, the other one is a greeter at Myers. And the one at Jewel works very irregular hours, and therefore the transportation isn't something that he can always count on through fixed rides. He has access to Metra, but Metra doesn't have transportation every hour on a Sunday or in the evening. The other one, the transportation with PACE, sometimes it gets him to work an hour ahead of time. Sometimes it picks him up from work an hour after he gets off of work. The RAP program has made all the difference in the world for my sons. They use it for work. They use it to get to their special rec and Special Olympic activities. They use it to go out into the community. By having RAP, when the son that works in Jewel gets a call at the last minute to say, can you come to work? Because of the Uber, he can get an Uber right away and show up to work, which is a win for the employer because now they've got somebody coming who is going to replace somebody who didn't show up. It's a win for my son who's earning income, but it's also a win for the community because the money that they earn is going back into the community by them attending restaurants, social events, Walgreens, whatever they need to do. Their tax dollars are going back into the community. So for me, this is a win-win for everybody economically. as everybody has been saying, cutting it to 30 rides a month is just going to isolate people. They're not going to be able to go out into the community. To me, isolation for people with disabilities is always a top issue. The more isolated they are, the more there's concerns about mental health issues, more concerns about them not being able to be socializing with their peers, which for people with disabilities is really something that I always am very concerned about. I just hope as you make decisions about RAP that you keep in mind the population that you're dealing with. The people with disabilities, unfortunately, are always the ones that have the least options when a program is eliminated. And therefore, they're the ones that we really need to be thinking about as you consider the cuts for RAP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kim Liddell, Kim, are you here? Oh, I'm sorry. Kim Liddell.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna pull the chair all the way out. You're gonna sit.
We'll get it for you, Kim. Thank you, Tina. Good morning, Kim.
Hello, good morning. I am so grateful for the RAP program. It has made a significant improvement in quality in my life. I do work for Progress Center for Independent Living. We serve the Cook County suburban area. So we are people with disabilities and we represent the disability community. And I understand it's a really tough time now with things going on the federal level. And I know it's long-term impacts on state level, especially Illinois. But I do want to implore that understanding the statistics of working people with disabilities, I work about 30 hours a week, a month. And I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. I use the trip about 30 times a month, right? So I'm on that cusp of, having just not quite enough. And I'm imploring that RTA reconsider giving more time to the working population of people with disabilities. We want to keep them strong and supported in that. And it just gives me the quality of life to have less time traveling. I have more family time and I'm actually enjoying more time with my second job and then having more recreation time. But now I'm at that point where I'm like, oh, I got to do this and this and this. What do I need to give up, and what am I willing to give up? So I'm grateful at the same time, but I'm also advocating for the rights of people with disabilities, especially the ones that are working and then trying to stay active in the community with recreational thing. So, and also one more thing I wanted to point out was there are times when I take a trip that more than $30 value, so I would end up taking 2 Uber trips. So that's going to compromise my ability to travel to further distances where, geez, do I really want to go? Because now it's going to cost me 4 trips in 1 month and I'm down to 26. So that's another thing that I wanted to bring up. And I really would like to see where 2 vouchers can be used for a $60 value and to eliminate having 2 Uber drivers. I would really love to see that implemented into this program. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Who is your beautiful companion on?
She's a seeing eye guide dog. Her name is Rebecca, and she's my partner in crime.
It's awesome.
Thank you. For
Thank
those of
you.
that can't see, she's a black female Labrador.
She's gorgeous. Thank you very much, Kim. Horatio, are you here this morning? Horatio. Mr. Esparza, are you here? Okay.
He's asking that the president of his board speak on his behalf.
Okay, no, that's fine. Just have them come on up and identify themselves. While she's making her way up, and normally we would have a lot of questions, but we have a busy agenda today. I want to say a couple of things to the advocates who are here. First of all, Rap and Tap has been an amazingly successful program. It's been innovative. I will say that even with some of the cap and restored fares that are there, Rap and Tap would still be one of the most flexible and subsidized programs offering to paratransit and ADA riders in the United States. So we have one of the most generous programs. The program's been an incredible success, and you all here are lobbying us, but we in turn have to lobby the Illinois General Assembly. And you should know that the state of Illinois drastically underfunds mandated ADA paratransit services. In 2024, only 10 million of the nearly $250 million cost of ADA paratransit is been provided by the state of Illinois. The state only provides 4% of the money for ADA paratransit that is mandated by law. So the other 96%, the RTA has to figure out where that money is coming from. So while you lobby us, make sure you talk to your legislators, because they only fund 4% of the $250 million cost of mandated ADA paratransit. But I do want to assure you, even as we make adjustments to make sure that this program is sustainable, it is still one of the best programs available for ADA paratransit riders and most generous in the United States. But this board hears you. You are literally our top priority. ADA paratransit, regular ADA paratransit comes first on the way we distribute monies. You are number one at the top of the distribution list, although Rap and Tap is a little different. But the program's been an innovative success. But talk to your legislators and make sure that they provide more than 4% of the mandated $250 million that ADA paratransit costs in the state of Illinois. So good morning. Please tell us who you are, and we'd love to hear from you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
My name is Debbie Pittman, and I am the board president of Progress Center, as well as a representative for Concerned Citizens of Paratransit. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We first want to say that, yes, we are deeply concerned about the RAP and TAP programs, and we cannot deal with the cutback on the rides because the rides allow us to exercise our constitutional right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We also would like to say that first of all, we want to go to our legislatures. We have a petition circulating in which we are collecting signatures to send to our legislatures.
Good.
We are asking you to support our petition and to put our petition link on your website and encourage people to sign our petition that we are sending to the legislatures so that they can know that you are concerned about us, as you really say. And another consideration is that maybe you can ask the legislatures if some of that money that's going toward the lottery, when people don't win that day, that million, trillion, whatever it is, that some of those millions can be put toward paratransit. And we are also concerned because in order for people to live the lives they want and to exercise our constitutional right, we need those 8 rides. As Kim said, if the rides are shortened, limited to down to 30, then people are going to have to make a decision on what they can do and what they can't do. And that's not acceptable because the normal standard individual that doesn't have a disability doesn't have to make that choice. So we're asking that you allow us to have the same choices as a person without a disability. As I said earlier today, anyone can become disabled at any time. You can have a stroke and become paralyzed, and now you're part of our community. So take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who is your companion animal, by the way?
Her name is a secret.
Is she a German Shepherd?
Yes.
Beautiful. Thank you. And we will, I'll talk to the staff, and I don't know whether we can link up that petition. I'll certainly sign that petition. But I don't know. We'll see if we can do that, or if that's possible. Very good suggestion. Thank you so much for being here today. And Horatio, thank you for yielding your time, as they would say in the United States Congress, to your leader. Larry Dean. Larry, are you here? Hi, Larry. Good morning. Push that, if you can see it,
Hello?
push that button. There you
Got it.
go.
Hi, first, I want to shout out to all the amazing people in this room who have advocated for like a Rap and Tap program. This is not something that comes easy. This is the work of people with disabilities, people of color, queer folk, and I'm just happy to see so many people out here today. So thank you for being here, one. My name is Larry Dean. I am the economic justice organizer at Access Living. And before I go into my statement, I just want to say that like we've done so much work with PACE and RTA, and we've talked to legislators like Senator Graciela Guzman, Villa Valam, and other Representative Delgado trying to advocate for the Rap and Tap program. And I know there's severe budget cuts and a fiscal crisis right now in the state. But I truly believe that we have the money and the access to fix this problem. There's so many things that you all can do. You can advocate for capital gains tax. You can advocate for a wealth transfer tax. We are $1 billion city. We have billions of dollars. We can figure out how to fund for people with disabilities who work every day, who contribute taxes like everybody else to make sure this program stays alive. So I want to say that first. Okay, I want to get into my statement. Okay, so again, my name is Larry Dean, and I wanted to do public comment today because I'm a concerned Chicagoan, but as a person whose life has seen the impacts of the rideshare access program and the taxi access program, I'm here to ask you to preserve this essential program exactly as it is and to abandon any consideration of a 30 ride a month limit. This is not a matter of convenience, it is a matter of dignity, independence, and basic human rights. For so many people in the disability community, Rap and Tap is not a luxury, it is the lifeline that connects us to the world. It is the key that unlocks our ability to work, to attend medical appointments, to pursue our education, to visit our friends and family, and to participate in the labor market. A 30 ride limit, while it may seem like a minor adjustment on a spreadsheet, would be a devastating blow to people who rely on this service. I would force many people in the disability community to make impossible choices. Do I go to work or see my doctor? Do I attend my class or visit my family for the holidays? It would shackle us and confine us to our homes, undoing years of progress in making Chicago a more accessible and inclusive city. This program is more than just a bus pass or a train ticket. It is a symbol of our city's commitment to its most vulnerable residents. It represents the belief that every person, regardless of their physical abilities, deserves the freedom to move and to live a full life. Limiting this program would send a clear message that our lives are less valuable. Our freedom is conditional, and our participation in society is subject to a monthly cap. I urge you to look beyond the numbers and see the faces of the people you serve. See the dreams, the aspirations, and the daily struggles of those who depend on this program. Please do not let our financial decisions strip us of our autonomy and our place in this city. Preserve the RAP and TAP program as it is without a ride limit. Show us that Chicago truly believes in accessibility for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Larry, very much. Next, David Zoltan. Morning, David.
First of all, before I start with my prepared statement, Chairman Dillard, we appreciate that you are talking to the legislators, and I assure you that as much as we're raking you over the coals today, they're getting it even worse. So we look forward to, at least in that case, standing with you. However, let's talk about some of the decisions being made here today. Members of the board, my name is David Zoltan. My pronouns are he, they. I'm multiply disabled and formerly homeless. I'm the new Director of Policy and Organizing at A Just Harvest, where we fight to end hunger and poverty for all. The vast majority of you are lawyers and executives. When was the last time you had to count pennies to make sure you had enough to eat the next time your SNAP card refilled? Your $25,000 board salary alone is nearly twice what I received last year on disability. And for my disabled colleagues that rely instead on SSI, they made even less. So what qualifies you to decide that we can absorb a 63% increase in our fares alone for the RAP and TAP programs? I suspect that you get out of the house more than every other day as well. Why do you believe that disabled people, seniors, and veterans don't deserve as much access to community as you do? I seem to recall the Americans with Disabilities Act guaranteed us access to community. 30 rides a month isn't access, it's practically home confinement. Do I really have to tell you that we have jobs, friends, hobbies, doctor's appointments, or even just like to get out to explore, just like you do? If you prick us, do we not bleed, for Pete's sake? And let's not forget that your continual disinvestment in the PACE paratransit bus program, legislature notwithstanding, is exactly what made the RAP and TAP programs necessary in the first place. It's practically unusable when it arrives up to 2 or even 4 hours late in some cases. But my colleagues here can talk way more eloquently than I can on all that, and have. I'm here to tell you that the real conversation we should all be having here is how to expand these deeply successful programs, as you say, Chairman. It's not our fault that you under-budgeted for their success, and we demand more. Just like you did during the early pandemic, we deserve 0 fares, period. You proved you can do it then, and you offer free CTA rides and have for a long time. We need to end fares altogether for the RAP and TAP programs. Disabled people are already kept in abject poverty. There's a so-called disability tax that even the most comfortable of us pay. Research has found 28% in additional expenses at any given income level. You need to stop nickel and diming us. Moreover, especially as rates continue to rise, it's impossible to get from one end of the city to another on a ride limit of $30. That has to be vastly increased. I shouldn't be paying extra just to get from my home in Rogers Park to the Ability Lab on a busy day. It took me $11 just to get here this morning. And let alone seeing my friends in South Shore or Little Village on any given day. These are places in my own city, and I have a right to travel there as much as any of you do. These are the real conversations that need to be had in this meeting, not cutting rides and raising fares. Shame on you. Treat us like human beings and give us the access that is our right in this country, in this state, and in this region.
David, thank you very much. Marina Salmon, are you here?
Lloyd. Good morning. My name is Marina Salmon. Thank you for having me. I also work at Active Living, but I am here representing the disability community as a whole. And I am a social service professional. What I do, I help people move out of the nursing home. So I love my job, and it requires, my job requires to be out in the field more than 30 times per month. And I use TAP very, very often. And I do want to say, I am also multi-disabled. I'm also visually impaired. So I rely on the TAP card more than not. And again, I, I do want to be honest. These changes that is happening, it did not come to me as a surprise because before COVID, the tap ride was, it used to be $3 every tap ride. But after COVID, it was free and then it was to $2. And I knew at some point it was to bite us in the butt because a $2 tap ride, I mean, that's amazing, but how the state is going to cover the rest of it. Even though we get a lot of money, we get a lot of money from the Fed and the city, I knew at some point it was bite us, and it's biting us today. And we knew it was going to happen, but we did nothing about it. So, at least, the very, very least we can do is we think about this. Again, every time we have a budget cut, people with disabilities are always, always number one to get cut. Veterans and our elderly. We have to change it. This is not humane. We all know someone with a disability. We all have old people in our family, and veterans. We need to do better, y'all. This is not America that we should be living. America is for everyone. We value everyone. Okay? And honestly, this is the minimum I am asking you. This is the minimum. Because I was hoping that we will be able to expand pay, cab, and lap throughout Illinois. Not just in the greater Chicagoland area, but I was hoping we would be able to expand it. Instead, we're going backwards. So, I ask you all to rethink this and think about, okay, instead of $2 or $3.25, let's make it $3. Let's go back to the old days when it used to be $3 per ride. All right, fine, we can handle that. But $30 rides per month, that really cutting it short. That really cutting it. And you guys, it will make our life difficult. I know it will for me. I know it will definitely make my life more difficult and my job more difficult. So, but yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Maria, very much. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? I see a couple of hands back there. Why don't you kind of come up one at a time, introduce yourself, and I want to remind you there's a 3-minute limit under our rules for today and every day. Tina, where's Tina? Why don't you help whomever just help them come up one at a time. Thank you.
I think Michael's helping coordinate.
Or Michael.
You sign your own. Can you state the name? Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I love your lime green shoes. They
Yes.
remind me of Lenny Sosa
Power
from
and
Chicago.
Prosperity. My name is Dr. Ayo Ma'at. I used to run the independent movement of paratransit riders. We also lobbied many times and we sued CTA, RTA, and Metro years ago, and we settled. Today, I'm not here to settle. I do agree with you that you do need to raise the other money. What I don't agree with is the pot of money that the state is using to fund you. I don't ride RAP. I wish I could, so I could come back from the suburbs. I ride TAP. You will be forcing me and others to stay at home. We just got our freedom, you know, when the ADA was passed so that we could come out of our homes, come out of the nursing homes, come out of homelessness. There are still homeless people riding the paratransit. How will they pay the increase? Why can't you, as a state agency, ask this federal government, we have a new administration, to not just have mercy on us, but to have the dignity to allow us to be free, real freedom. This is not real freedom. I cannot tell you how many times I've sacrificed. I volunteered. I did not receive a salary. I donated my salary to advocate on behalf of disabled people for paratransit, TAP, and RAP. When we use TAP, we can't even get back from the suburbs. We have to pay full fare unless we can ride paratransit. It is a nightmare to ride paratransit most days. For those of us who have spinal injuries, who feel every bump on the road, we ride RAP and TAP because it's not only convenient, but it's safer and more pleasant for us. I don't make a lot of money. I still do volunteer work. I'm 77 years old. I am not an invalid. I'm just disabled. I would like for you to take up Debbie Pittman's suggestion that all of you sign the petition and sometimes come out with us. We have had many representatives and congressmen to say yes, and then they go and they compromise. We don't need any more compromises. We don't want to be like terrorists or war criminals. We do peaceful demonstrations, and our people get arrested. I don't know where we're going to go from this, but we cannot pay that fare. We cannot subsist on 30 rides a month. And we thank you for agreeing with us, but we need some real action today, not tomorrow. Thank you.
Gotcha, doctor. Thank you, doctor, very much.
Oh, I signed. Do I press this button? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Chanel Lane, and I am a disabled person living in Chicago. I ride the TAP program, and I know others who ride the RAP program. This is needed. This is so needed that I want you all to think about. We don't have to answer out loud, but just think, if you only had 15 round trips in a month, what you would be able to do with that. That's kind of hard, right? Trying to compartmentalize. Okay, what's important enough for me to do something in one day that I can only go to one place for 15 days? It's absolutely ridiculous. The same way you're thinking about, well, that's ridiculous. I wouldn't be able to do anything. That's how it feels for us. Like it's been said before, some people need to ride TAP or the ride share because of health issues. Some people need to ride it because of wheelchair accessibility. I cannot just stand on the corner and be like, taxi. No, I have to call someone who is going to send me a wheelchair vehicle. I volunteer, I do poetry, I make events, I do events, I come to these things just to make sure there's change. I need a way to get around, okay? I have 2 doctor's appointments one day in 2 different places. What am I supposed to do? And just like, the chairperson said, and no respect to the chairperson, but just because the 30 rides will be the best in the country doesn't mean it's the best. We need to think about us as a community. And when I say us as a community, I don't mean the disabled community. I mean all of us as community. Because as it's been said, it takes nothing but a split second for someone to become disabled. I was not born using this chair. This is something that happened to me as I got older. And there are a lot of disabled people in that situation. So think about if you needed 15 rides. Think about your mother. Think about your father. What of your daughter, your son, your sister, your brother, your niece, your nephew? What would you do then? Go through hell and high water to make sure that they were taken care of and that they had reliable transportation that was less expensive so that they don't spend their whole check just getting to the places they need to go. That's just what I want you all to think about. Consider and do the right thing. And we, like we said, we are reaching out to legislators. So you all aren't only getting it, but you all are making the choice right now. It's in your hands. We hope it's in capable hands to make the right decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lane, very much.
Hi, my name is Domingo Bennett. I had to take a cab here today because Pace left me this morning at my home. They won't even give me it wasn't even a 5-minute grace period before they pulled off and left me. So I had to pay money out my pocket to get here this morning because they left me. We definitely need these rights because I depend on it. I go to church, I go to Access Living, I do a lot of stuff. I definitely need these rights. So I hope y'all find it deeply in your heart to consider what we go through on a regular day basis.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jalissa. I'm just here to say, piggyback like what she said, find it in your hearts to, reconsider. It's already tough having a disability and then not having our independence to get out. You have people like myself who deal with major depression. So getting out and being active helps with that depression. So I'm not just in the house, stuck in the house all day doing nothing and overthinking, about certain situations. I recently lost my brother to gun violence in Chicago. So having my independence is very important to me. So I won't have to be in the house wondering, about my brother, and his murder hasn't still been solved. So, having my independence really helps with, dealing with that grief because I'm able to be busy to not kind of like worry so much about it. Um, so having independence is, very, very important. What about mental health? The mental health rate can possibly go up if you all just are, not allowing us, to have our independence. It's already tough having a disability. So having our independence is very important. And, you know, we deserve at least that, you know, if we don't get nothing else.
Thank you, Jalissa, and sorry about the loss of your brother.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Jesus Camposano, but to those of you, you might know me as probably my ID number from PACE, which is 211413. I've been using the RAP program since it started, and it has been amazing to get from one place to another. That is very amazing. Cutting it to 30 rides per month is unacceptable. It's hurting me and many other people who use and depend on those rides to get around, to get to work, to get to school, to visit family. Today I paid over $20 on an Uber just to get here. I didn't care because this is important to me. I'm asking you to reconsider of cutting it to 30 rides per month because it really is very helpful to all of us. And as I look around and I see all of you, I mean, I don't know if you have a disability or not, but how about putting some people with disabilities on your board? Because that is the only way you'll know how deeply impacted people with disabilities are really going to be. You don't, if, I always say nothing about us without us. And decisions are always made about us without us. And that is not fair, and that is not right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesus. Come on up. Thank you.
Everybody, thank you so much for giving us all the opportunity for a public comment for those of us who didn't sign up in advance. My name is Chris Ramos. I am a community organizer with Access Living. I echo a lot of the concerns that a lot of our folks here have. But one thing I would like to mention that I don't think has been brought up just yet, and I haven't really gotten a clear answer. And if you'd like to give us an answer right after I speak, that would be fantastic. In Q1 of this year, according to your last meeting that you had, the ad hoc meeting on the budget, there are more people for the first time taking RAP and TAP rides than traditional ADA paratransit, the PACE buses, the big buses that we all recognize. So it looks like people with disabilities have made their decision as to what is their preferred way to get around the city of Chicago. And I know for a fact when you release your budget numbers, it costs you less to operate the RAP and TAP programs than it does traditional ADA paratransit. So to me, it doesn't make sense, your explanation where you say that this is a budget decision. Because if it's costing you less to operate than the traditional PACE buses, I can speak out loud. I'm an organizer. You all can hear me, and this thing keeps breaking up every few seconds. Oh, it's recording? Okay. I will try my best. I don't know. It keeps going in and out. But my point here is that it costs you more than twice the amount to operate traditional PACE paratransit. So it doesn't make sense at all why you would want to shorten the amount of rides that people are taking, right? And I saw your graph. The graph is like, woo, right? There's a lot more people that want to take Uber and taxi rides than they do the PACE paratransit. So please, if you can give us an explanation, we would absolutely love to understand.
We'll get you a formal explanation, but obviously it is, you know, this program has been an amazing success. It's been innovative. It is literally a matter of what dollars are available. Yeah, but we'll get you, we'll get you our policy explanation.
But you're
of that.
saving money though,
Um,
right? Miss Redden?
Yeah, yeah. I
Executive
mean,
Director?
the individual,
RTA?
yeah, the individual ride cost is less than traditional ADA, but PACE is obligated to still provide all the federal law requires the provision of the traditional ADA services. And so there's no ability to cut any of that back. And as I think you know, it's not just on the ADA side, but across all the transit services, we're facing significant shortcuts. So I think the very difficult choices that this board is making, has been making, not just today, but even going forward, is how do we ensure the fiscal stability broadly of all the aspects of the transit system as we continue the conversation with the legislature. So I think none of these are easy decisions, and it's really just trying to look at the available monies that are available, the legal obligations of the services that the three operators are required to provide, and balancing all of that out. And they're all very difficult decisions.
But again, Chris, use your organizational abilities, and they're good. You are a great spokesman to get the legislature to fund more than 4% of mandated ADA paratransit costs. And that not only helps people who take, to use the RAP program, it helps everybody who rides our system. I mean, we're the lowest funded mass transit system from state government in America. We are also the most efficient transportation system historically in this country, and Springfield needs to do more, especially on ADA, people with disabilities. It is unconscionable to only fund 4% of a mandated $250 million cost out of Springfield. We can't.
Imagine if I told you all that there was a specific transit service for just whatever group of people that you represent, and it was the most expensive part of our entire transit system, which is what PACE paratransit is, right? It's the most expensive part of our entire transportation system, and it's the worst. It's the worst. Like literally, D'Amica, who was just here, she couldn't make our rally because of how unreliable PACE paratransit is. And it doesn't make sense that I understand what you're saying, where you're saying there's some sort of obligation, but there isn't an obligation to provide poor service, right? To spend, like, what are we doing spending so much money for a service that doesn't serve the very community it's supposed to? And how like, you're spending all this money on, I've been to Transit is the Answer and all this stuff. We are all supportive of getting you all the funding that you need. But it doesn't make sense that we would help you get the funding that you need when you want to continue providing the poor service that you've been providing this entire time. How can we make PACE paratransit look more like the alternative that people have clearly chosen? Right? Like, what are we talking about here? That's the part that just doesn't make sense. And you can talk circles around your answer, but it's pretty clear that people with disabilities have preferred what method they prefer to get around the city, and you're looking to cut that. And it's costing you less to operate. It's a problem. There's no explanation that you can provide that makes sense, at least not one that I've heard yet. But you've been very gracious with the time you've given me. Until we get the answer, you're going to continue seeing us at every single meeting. Thank you so much.
Gotcha. Thank you, Chris.
Let's give it. This thing, yes, it is on. Yes. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Timotheus Gordon Jr., spelled Timotheus. You can also call me TJ Gordon if Timotheus is too Greek to pronounce or spell. But reason why I'm here speaking today as a self-advocate a proud Chicagoan and Illinoisian, as well as a proud father and godfather, despite the fact that I'm autistic. Think of the part of the name Timo. In Greek, it means honor. It means honor. With rap and tap, I've been able to honor more of my commitments to work, to my family and friends, to my advocacy. And we are in this state, in this city, we are closer to the governor's and even the mayor's commitment to make Chicago and Illinois one of the most accessible places in a nation that's beginning to hate our community. The same United States that want us to be jailed, get sent to institutions, get sent to work, get sent to die. If you replicate, that's why I feel what is happening right now. If you replicate what's happening in the federal level by limiting our freedoms, then eventually Illinois and Chicago will be just like the rest of the nation, breaking promises, killing people's dreams, and killing us. So I beg of you all, when you make this decision, think about the honor of each and every one of us. Think about the commitments we have to our jobs, our organizations, our friends, our community. And for some of us, with families we have started, whether it's through marriage, through extended families, whatever. If the program is cut or cease to exist, then we breaking promises. And I don't break promises. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, TJ.
Hello, thank you for having me today. My name is Ryan McGraw, and I am a rap user. And I want to address an issue that hasn't brought up here today. Have any of you, are any of you PACE transit riders? I want you to consider that you will be putting thousands of riders back into riding paratransit. Are you gonna expand paratransit with us? Because I certainly haven't seen anything like that. And right now, paratransit riders aren't picked up on time, are driven around the city, have to wait long wait times when making rides, major inconvenience, major issues that affect our dignity. And instead of having Uber or Grab or Tap, and being able to get a ride on demand, it's about dignity. It's about equity. And what would those thousands of riders back riding paratransit mean without expansion of the paratransit program? Would that mean longer wait times? That paratransit riders already deal with on a daily basis. I mean, 30 rides a month, we would obviously, people, users, we are only be able to take a round trip 15 days out of the month. What the heck? I mean, to me, this decision to cut the rides to 30 rides a month is both inhumane and cruel. And I want you to consider that if you were facing that. But none of you appear to have to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, very much. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kyle Chelino, and I wanted to first start off by saying that I come from a town where these programs were not available. These programs were not available whatsoever. I come from a town, county called Will County, and very limited number of people were able to take paratransit programs. There is a saying in the ADA, Article 1, Paragraph 1, people with disabilities have an equal opportunity to participate. We use these programs. I use the TAP program myself, but there are many people that use the TAP and WRAP to go to work, the store, appointments, etc. Not only do they use the TAP program and the WRAP program to go to appointments and things like that, they use paratransit, but the problem is paratransit, the drivers, no matter if you have an appointment time, they'll either pick you up too late or they'll pick you up extremely early, and you get to your destination too early. My thing is you cutting back the ride amount from to 30 per month is completely inhumane and absurd, because we have rights as well as people with disabilities. We have rights to be able to go out, visit our friends, go out and work, go out, and just live our daily lives. And if you cut these programs back, we're not going to be able to do that. There's not going to be enough time or money, because we do not make, as a rule, we are fixed in low income. So, as Debbie said earlier, there is a petition out there. And I do encourage everybody to go on the website and please sign as much as you possibly can. This cutting back and things like that is completely ridiculous. And that is something like there's a bunch of people that live in the city of Chicago because of the fact that there's more to do here. I came from a town, like I said, I lived in a small town in Will County, and I came to Chicago because there's more to do and it's completely disability friendly. So you cutting it back is really going to make things very difficult. Please reconsider. Also, you guys made the proposal without even speaking to people with disabilities about it. Okay, that I think is in itself is insufficient. Now I understand that you are only that you're only funded 4% of these programs. I understand that, but not only should we be pushing harder, but you guys should be pushing harder to get the legislation to fund more. And it's about I'm glad you agree with us. I'm completely thankful for the program. I'm thankful for all the opportunities we get with the paratransit program as well as tap and wrap. But I'd like to see more action, as well as everybody here. Everybody here would like to see more action brought into this. It would just make more sense. So again, I'm going to say this again, cutting back to only 30 rides per month. How is anybody going to get home from work? How are they going to get home from the doctor? How are they going to get home from the store? That's completely inhumane, and it's absurd in itself. A lot of people that take the paratransit, there's a lot of times that they get stranded because either the driver can't find them or they just don't show up. So please reconsider this, because this TAP program and the RAP program is going to help a lot of certified paratransit users. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle.
Good morning, everyone. Peaceful of blessings. Mr. Ross, good to see you, brother. My name is Mishan Harvey, and I'm a grateful advocate of all things good. One point that I want to make is I've heard you say a few times today about the 4% spending budget. And at first I said, yeah, we need to advocate for this. But you said it so many times that it makes me wonder, is this a scare tactic or an intimidation tactic? It's just something that makes me wonder. Are we being used improperly? I do believe in utilizing voices. Secondly, I work with several of the people that spoke. We're all grateful advocators. We literally advocate for this stuff. We are your voice. Not only do we have appointments, doctor's appointments, we love to go to church. We love to go on outings, but we also want to flourish and succeed. There's a bunch of people back there behind me, like Jesus and TJ, that utilize their voice properly. And I wonder how doing this would cause a barrier. And I feel that anything that causes a barrier to anyone's right to free travel, especially when the young lady broke down that this is only one round trip a day. Think about that. You got a choice to make. And yes, we do have the buses and the trains, but as you can see, I don't believe the bus system is equipped to handle all of these motor scooters. It's just not. And like the other brother said about the pace, they're unreliable. Most times, even though I have access to both of them, I don't use them because they're so unreliable. And I will be honest with you, at first when I heard about this 30 ride rule, I said, okay, that's 7 rides a week. We can manage that, but no, we can't. It's just not possible for people that want to lead a productive life. We're talking about quality of care, not just the basics. There's some great advocators out here, and I just want to point out that we are your advocators. If you really want more than 4%, great. We will fight for that. However, are we utilizing our money that we have right now most effectively? Last thing, just something to think about. I see quite a few good intentioned people, a bunch of good intentioned people, but I also see at least 2 or 3 that already have their mind made up on this. And I'm wondering what the real motivation is. And if it's possible, we could change your heart around to say, let's at least postpone this until we figure out a better paratransit option, because I don't think there's enough for the overflow that's going to flow into the current paratransit system that's unreliable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to assure you, you are preaching to the choir here as you use that church metaphor. And Kyle, I just want to tell you, some think we've probably pushed too hard. We were criticized as a board for pushing too hard, but we will continue to lobby our General Assembly. And I just want to remind folks that the RAP program really was created as a pilot in 2024. And it's because we want to be innovative and want to help the disabled community. And it's a pilot, and people need to remember that it needs to be adjusted, and we're working on it. But we want to make sure it's sustained. And again, up until 2024, when we made it a pilot, these programs, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about 30 rides a month on Uber but for the innovation. So it's a new program, and obviously it needs adjustments. And again, I can't say enough that we need to be better funded by our state, since we rate last in America in public funding from Springfield or our state government for mass transit. Welcome, my friend.
Good morning. My name is Scott. Last name is Vigneri, anything close. And first, I want to say I respect the courage of those behind me or that preceded me to show up today. But I also respect the courage of those in front of me to take the time to listen. And that's a challenge sometimes. 8 years ago, the Department of Justice, the Federal Trade Commission, and several states' attorneys general filed a lawsuit against the pharmaceutical industry. That has come to an end, and now it is time to give out the awards. Any employer that has 200 employees and has self-insured any time during that period is eligible. So with that in mind, the CTA, the RTA, and PACE would be eligible, and the award could be anywhere from 33 million up to 50 million. That's just an estimate currently. There is an application process. There is no cost to apply. It takes 12 to 18 months to get the award once it's finished. And it is time critical because there is a finite amount of funds available. The deadline is December 31st, but we've already got 100,000 employers with 100,000 employees. We have a union that has 1.2 million employees. So it's going to go pretty quickly. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. I do have flyers I can pass out if you want any information on how to get the process started.
Scott, will you make sure you talk to Allison Novak, our general counsel here at the RTA?
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Hope all are well. My name is Jamal Powell. I'm from University Park, Illinois. I am a longtime rider of the RTA system, mainly on the fixed route side, PACE, Metro, and CTA. With all that being said, I heard about the RAP program, and I understand it's a pilot, but it's a worthwhile program. And I heard about the proposed changes, and I view it like this. I understand there's a budgetary concern, but at the same time, that should have been noted when the program was started in the first place. And cutting it to 30 rides a month, for a few people who maybe just go to the grocery store or what have you, that might work. But for people who use it to go to work or use it for other things, that might not. And some of the individuals who spoke before me brought up a good point that cutting it back to 30 will create an overflow potentially back in the paratransit system. I think you guys should at least look at finding some sort of happy medium, maybe 60 or 65. But 30 is clearly too low. And it is, and the people I've talked to who use the RAP program, I know to a person said it would definitely cause an inconvenience by cutting it back. So I think you guys really need to reconsider this in light of the fact that this was kind of thrown in the disability community's lap almost at the last second, it seemed like. And also, I'm just going to be honest, with all due respect. It's kind of a bad look for y'all to be rolling back RAP and TAP, yet at the same time, you need all the support you could get to get a transit funding bill passed in Springfield, which I support the transit funding bill. I wanted to pass too. But this cutting it back at this time, it might be an unintended consequence, but I think it is also a bad look, and you guys really should think about trying to find a happy medium. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Greetings, everybody.
Greetings.
My name is Kiera. I feel like the 30 rides is not enough. Also, what I'm gonna bring up is the pace tickets, like $30, $32 for 10, that's not enough. It's just a lot of concerns. Safety wise, people are losing their pace because, I mean, not their pace, they rap because Pace and Uber is taking their vouchers. Thousands of people with disabilities are losing their vouchers because on the website, it doesn't say you can use Pace or Uber. Another thing is some of the dispatches, some of the bus drivers, some of the rap is the customer service is out of control. I just say reconsider. All I'm saying is if y'all want us to support y'all, support us. Because we are people too. And we all gotta look at the next generation. Yes, I'm an advocate as well, because at the end of the day, we don't even have what I want to say, wheelchair Ubers in the suburbs. And I know plenty of my friends that's in wheelchairs, and also people that's visually impaired that use rap and pace, and it'd be terrible. It been terrible. I got 3 different disabilities and it was terrible. So I'm just saying we need to come to a meeting ground. I understand what y'all trying to do, but y'all want us to support y'all, support us. I'm an advocate too, so that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One more. Make sure the Cubs win today, will you please?
Good morning. My name is Curtis Harris. And yes, it would be nice if the Cubs can win and cut the Brewers' lead to 5 games in division. We'll see what happens. Anyway, I reapplied for ADA Pace Paratransit mainly to use the RAP services. Because I was told by one of my friends, Jesus Chili, and others, that you can ride it for just $2. I said, I'm going for it. And it has benefited me tremendously. You go ahead and cut 30 rides 30 a month. I'm gonna be isolated. I'm gonna be back in paratransit, or I'm gonna be back riding CTA, Pace, and Metro, in which CTA doesn't have reliable bus service. There are longer waits. And then there are crowded buses, trains, and sometimes you have crowded Metro trains. It's gonna be even worse with the cuts. So you need to consider all these before you make the decision to dramatically cut the rides back to 30 a month. People have doctor appointments to get to, work, school, church, family to visit. And I have taken advantage. It has benefited me and others well. These cuts would be inhumane, indignity, cruel, and unjust. We all have a right to have a good quality transportation. Now, for Pace, PACE ADA paratransit advisory board members, they get preferential treatment, I think, by going from point A to point B to a destination, while others have to wait, miss their rides, and go on tour the city just to get from home. People who use this paratransit have appointments, they need to use a bathroom after being in vehicle for about 90 minutes to 2 hours. They'll be late to work or school. Some of them, they even got fired from their jobs for being late on paratransit. With RAP and TAP, they get to their jobs on time. They get to their appointments on time for medical treatments, dialysis, cancer treatments, you name it. And people need that. And we cannot sit here and say we're going to take just 30 rides a month. That's 15 rounds there. And what's going to do getting back home? People need to get back home from work, school, medical appointments. That is insane and inhumane. So you need to consider those. You need to consider those who use PACE. Yes, I agree with you this morning, and that you're right that we need funds from Springfield. I get that. I have called the governor's office to urge him to call a special session and sign a bill that will fund RAP. I got an appointment with my sister state rep next week. I want to get her to do the same. Because it wasn't right, as you know, for the General Assembly to adjourn without funding mass transit. And we cannot wait for the fall view session addresses. They need special session right now, and you need to do what we said what we need to do. Lobby to Springfield. That's all I got to say. Go Cubs.
Thank you very much. The board, any of you have any comments you want to make to our friends in the ADA paratransit community, and again to the folks who showed up here or who are listening online that are concerned with this pilot program, which has worked better than probably any of our imaginations when we created it, showed with respect to what a success it is. It's a pilot program, and we're refining it. And our goal here is to make sure that this program continues. To the board, anybody want to say anything to our friends or have comments? If not, can't thank you all enough for being here. Again, as I said, you're preaching to the choir. We're with you. That's why we created this program to begin with a couple of years ago. And thank you for being our partners in going to educate our hardworking state legislators in Springfield about the need for additional funding for mass transit. And again, ADA paratransit you start at the top for the traditional service. So you are our highest priority. So thank you so much for being here. My board is asking for a 5-minute break before we go into the regular session. So we'll take a 5-minute break, board, but let's limit it to 5 minutes. Thank you. 21 speakers, the record. I'm enough for it. So, how many we have today? 21, is that the record? It's a good cause, so. All right, I will call us at the RTA board back to order. And again, want to thank all our speakers who were here this morning. Item 5 is the executive director's report. Leanne Redden, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, it is still morning, everyone. I will be very brief. I want to thank all the public commenters for both coming here and sharing with us their thoughts, opinions, and concerns as we continue to grapple with all these very difficult decisions that have to be made. We have a pretty substantial agenda to get through, so I am going to be brief. Last week, though, we did hold our second board ad hoc committee meeting on transit funding. Several of you participated in that. For those in the audience and those listening online, just a reminder that in June, after the General Assembly didn't take any action on transit funding or reform, we formed the two working groups, one of which was the ad hoc board group. That is led by the chairman with leadership from each of the service boards as their chairs as well as their executive directors. And I want to thank them for their participation and really helping us think through and you think through some of these difficult choices that have to be made. And then the second group that we formed after the spring session was a staff level working group. We call it the Budget Task Force, which is led by RTA staff, but joined by CTA, Metra, and PACE to continue to collaboratively develop all the budget scenarios that we have to work through over the coming months. So the goal for both of those groups is really to ensure that we are continuing to work collaboratively to ultimately delay for as long as possible any impacts to riders that are going to come from hitting the fiscal cliff within the confines of the current law and the law within which we operate. On August 11, the ad hoc committee met to discuss two key items on today's agenda. And the first one of those is amending the 2025 PACE ADA paratransit funding amount. And the second was the conversation around the funding, or what we call the funding marks, for 2026 through 28 for the operating budgets of the RTA and the three service boards. And I want to thank all the representatives from you as a board, as well as the service boards who have participated in that, really to ensure that there's that ongoing cooperation and transparency that's really vital, I think, to the collective success of the transit system as we continue, as I keep saying, to delay service cuts as long as possible. Just a quick legislative update, a couple of things both on the federal and on the local side. On the federal side, July 24, the Senate Committee on Appropriations advanced its THAD appropriations bill. That's the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development bill, approving most of the public funding and passenger rail funds authorized in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act for federal year fiscal 2026. The Senate version of the THAD appropriations bill provides just over $21 billion for public transportation across the country, and that represents an increase of over the 2025 levels, and is almost $2 billion more than the House THAD appropriations proposal. The Senate bill also provides $250 million in addition to the $1.5 billion of advanced IIJA appropriations. And those funds are going towards what we call the Build Competitive Grants Program. Acronym is Building, Utilizing Investment to Leverage Development. The American Public Transit Association has issued a legislative alert to all of us urging support for federal funding in line with the Senate's proposal. And RTA staff is actually taking the lead across the state of Illinois and working with the Illinois Public Transportation Association to send a joint letter to our delegation in asking for their support for full funding for public transportation. And we'll continue to monitor the work across both of those chambers in the coming months. On August 2nd, the U.S. Department of Transportation announced that Mark Molinaro was confirmed as the 16th administrator of the FTA. Mr. Molinaro recently served as U.S. representative for New York's 19th Congressional District, and prior to that, he was a New York State Assemblyman. And locally, we have had multiple discussions with legislators as they continue their work on transit legislation. Later in today's agenda, Rob Nash is going to provide you an update on your request at our July meeting to develop a letter to legislators outlining staff analysis of House Bill 3438 that was passed by the Senate but not picked up by the House in the final day of session, and is essentially presumed to be the starting point for continued negotiation. So next slide, as you can see on the agenda, we have multiple items that we'll present information on, and then several items that we need your votes on this morning. So that includes the funding approval for the budget marks for 2026, as well as a couple of other things. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will conclude and turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to item 6A, which is an update on the activities of the RTA Transit Access Citizens Advisory Board. Ryan, welcome, and thank you for being here.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the RTA Board of Directors. It is my pleasure to be here again to report out on the activities of the RTA CAB. The last regular quarterly meeting of the RTA CAB was held on Monday, July 28th, 2025 at 10 a.m. And I'll provide a brief summary of the agenda items discussed during our meeting, which include the fiscal cliff and legislative update, the 2026 budget process, and the Section 5310 call for projects program. First, though, an update on our board membership. Jasmine Vega stepped down from her role as vice chair of the RTA CAB due to leaving the McHenry County Division of Transportation to accept a new position, and we thank Jasmine for her years of service. Scott Hennings, who is the Assistant Director of Transportation in McHenry County, has succeeded Jasmine on the CAB and accepted the role of Vice Chair. Mr. Hennings has been a long-standing partner of the RTA in his role at McHenry County and served as a past RTA CAB member before its reconstitution in 2024. During the July 28th meeting, we first heard from RTA CAB member Lauren Gutierrez, who represents the network advocating against domestic violence. The Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault RTA Public Transportation Assistance Program pilot has ended, and the remaining RTA-issued fare permits are being distributed to survivors. Ms. Gutierrez reported that the network is now advocating to make the pilot program a permanent RTA fare program. Next, we heard from Rob Nash, Director of Government Affairs, who provided an update on the looming fiscal cliff and briefed members on legislation filed during the spring session to fund transit and reform the region's transit governance structure. Mr. Nash provided some history on the chronic underfunding of the system, the impacts of the pandemic on ridership and travel patterns, recommendations from the CMAP Plan of Action for Regional Transit, or PART report, and RTA's numerous efforts to educate legislators and the public about the fiscal crisis. Those efforts began in 2022 with the adoption of the RTA Strategic Plan, Transit is the Answer. He also summarized several proposed pieces of legislation introduced in the Illinois General Assembly over the past year. These include the Metropolitan Mobility Authority Act, the United We Move Bill, RTA's Transforming Transit Proposal, and the contents of House Bill 3438. Mr. Nash noted that none of the aforementioned bills were passed during the legislative session. RTA CAB members asked questions related to RTA's authority over housing, zoning, and development near transit, components of legislation related to real estate transfer taxes, and the RTA's authority related to a regional dial-a-ride system. Mr. Nash responded to these questions and informed the RTA CAB in the new Fiscal Cliff Hub page on the RTA's website that tracks progress on fiscal cliff-related topics, including RTA's ongoing efforts to work with elected officials on new legislative proposals and ways in which the public can get involved and support transit in the region. We then heard from Kevin Boyso, Chief Financial Officer, who shared a high-level overview of the 2026 budget process and how the uncertainty of transit funding related to the fiscal cliff is affecting it. He discussed the newly formed Budget Task Force and Ad Hoc Committee and functions of each group. Mr. Boyso discussed how funding is currently distributed, which statutory funding formulas currently exist, areas in which there may be some flexibility to redistribute funds, and the timeline for the 2026 budget process, and when key policy and funding recommendations need to be made by the ad hoc committee and proposed to the full RTA board for adoption. Mr. Boyso reported that the ad hoc committee is currently discussing options to address ADA paratransit funding shortfalls in 2025 and 2026, and funding strategies to delay any potential service cuts in 2026. A few RTA cab members expressed concern over the use of PACE reserves to fund ADA paratransit budget shortfalls and concerns related to the RTA ADA action plan. And finally, we heard from Heather Mullins, RTA Division Manager of Local Planning and Program Management, who informed us about the Section 5310 program. And this is a federal formula grant program that provides assistance for public transportation projects that focus on enhancing mobility for seniors and individuals with disabilities. Ms. Mullins indicated that the RTA became the co-designated recipient for the Section 5310 program with the Illinois Department of Transportation in 2013, thus allowing the RTA to award and administer operating, mobility management, and capital improvement projects, while IDOT awards and administers grants for paratransit vehicle purchases. Ms. Mullins relayed that the 16 projects were selected from a competitive application process, which you will all be hearing about later on in today's meeting. Members of the RTA CAB expressed interest in participating in RTA proposed project to study the coordination of dial-a-ride programs at the regional level. The next meeting of the RTA CAB is scheduled for Monday, October 27th at 10 a.m. I look forward to coming back here to brief the board on that meeting soon afterward. And this concludes my report. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thanks for your time and attention.
Thanks, Ryan. Any questions for Ryan? That great paratransit debate bring you back to your old PACE days?
Absolutely, yes.
Even though you're a rapid transit guy. Thank you, Ryan, so much
Thank you.
for what you do. Really appreciate it. And you are an excellent chairman with tremendous qualifications for that advisory board. Melissa and Heather are here on 6B, and that's the Transit is the Answer implementation update. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Meyer. I'm the communications manager at the RTA. I'm going to cover our most recent Transit is the Answer Coalition meeting, and then Heather will share some work on an upcoming webinar series coming up here in September. Next slide. And next slide one more time. Thank you. So on Wednesday, August 13th, we held our quarterly Transit is the Answer Coalition meeting. As a reminder, the coalition is a group that grew out of the working groups that helped us develop Transit is the Answer, and is designed to provide feedback on implementation of the plan. We had nearly 200 unique attendees at the meeting, where myself, Government Affairs Principal Kyle Whitehead, and Program Specialist Beatrix Yan gave updates on the fiscal cliff, how peer regions are handling their budget gaps, and an overview of the legislation that passed the Illinois Senate at the end of May. We gave attendees several opportunities to provide feedback on these topics and had 2 Q&A sessions where Rob Nash and Malik Vaishnav answered as many questions as they could in the 90-minute meeting. We had about 40 questions from the audience, and it was a very engaged discussion throughout. During the meeting, we used a tool called Mentimeter to help moderate questions from the audience and get feedback. I want to give you a little bit of an overview of what we heard from riders so you can understand some of the concerns that we're hearing as well. Next slide. So we explained the changes to the upcoming budget process, such as the service boards needing to prepare 2 budget scenarios. We outlined the timeline and opportunities for public input. And then we asked attendees to tell us what they were most concerned about with the upcoming budget process. Some of their answers are things on the slide here. People told us they were concerned about fare increases, service cuts in the communities that need service the most. People are concerned that the state will fail to act and that they're not taking the fiscal cliff seriously enough. And then a lot of the concerns that we heard here today. People are concerned about disproportionate impacts to disabled and low-income populations, and people are concerned that they will no longer be able to get where they need to go. The RTA is committed to being transparent during these challenging times, and we asked the group how we could do even better at that over the next few months. Several of the answers said that they appreciated these coalition meetings that we hold regularly. They read our newsletter, and they're happy to check the Fiscal Cliff Hub on our website. But they're asking for frequent and clear updates in clear language to help understand the details on cuts that may be coming, and more insight into what's blocking progress from happening. Next slide. So after we gave an overview to the audience of the proposed legislation, we asked attendees to give us their feedback on the bill, what they would want to tell lawmakers, and how they hope lawmakers will approach sustainable funding in a way that would help make transit better. There was a sense of some frustration from attendees that a solution has not been found yet, and that the most important thing to them is having a system that is safe, reliable, and frequent, and one that does not go off the fiscal cliff. Some of the feedback that we heard from riders that they wanted us to share with our counterparts in Springfield is on the slide here. Some of the best ones that we heard: good transit makes a region better, great transit makes it world-class. Transit really is the answer to questions of climate, equity, and more. And that ultimately this is about service and the people who use those services. In terms of questions from the audience, people wanted to know more about specific revenue ideas that are being used in other regions, more about the timing of any possible cuts, and how confident we are that a solution is coming. A recording of the meeting is on YouTube and our website, and there is a recap on our blog as well. We are going to continue to engage our coalition throughout this process, and we are always so appreciative of their feedback, and that there are so many passionate people like we saw today and that come to these meetings that really care about the future of transit and help us join these meetings. So we just wanted to bring you some of their feedback. I'm going to pass it to Heather Mullins, then we'll see if you guys have any questions for us.
Thank you, Melissa. My name's Heather Mullins. I'm the division manager of the local planning and program management group here at the RTA. So next month, the RTA is bringing back Transportation Tuesdays. It's popular 4-part webinar series that is held each Thursday, September 9th through the 30th from noon to 1:30. The free virtual sessions will allow attendees to hear from experts, ask questions, and learn about hot topics in transportation planning as they relate to implementation of the RTA's Regional Transit Strategic Plan. Transit is the answer. The Transportation Tuesday series will include local and national leaders along with RTA staff, leading discussions about the opportunities, challenges, and resources available to the Chicago region. Participation is free, but registration is required. Information and links for all 4 sessions are available on our website. I would like to highlight our first event that's being held on September 9th. We are in the process of updating our Human Services Transportation Plan, that's HSTP, which is a regional document that guides and provides goals and strategies for providing and improving transportation options for seniors, people with disabilities, and those with low incomes. I'd especially like to encourage those advocates that attended this morning and spoke out to attend that meeting. This is essentially a public meeting that we're holding virtually, which is an opportunity to have your voice heard for what you think we can do better in our region and to help guide the process. And we really look forward to having your expertise as part of that process. So this concludes our report, and Melissa and I are happy to take any questions.
Any questions, comments? The 200 people that attended your meeting, their comments are great. I was looking at them, and their comments are my comments, and their worries are my worries. Thank you very much, Heather and Melissa. Next, item 6C is the ADA Paratransit Action Plan update. Michael and Peter, thank you. Michael, thank you for the way you have a great rapport with our ADA paratransit riders that only showed this morning, but I've heard great feedback of the way our staff, you handle the issue with great civility, let's put it that way, and empathy.
Thank you for that feedback. And, the disability community is who I work with here, so it really means a lot to me that they were here. Okay, We want to jump right in. Good morning, Chairman Dillard and members of the board. I'm Michael Vandekreek, Director of the Mobility Services Department, and I'm joined by Peter Kirsten, Strategy and Policy Manager. We are here to provide an update on the ADA Action Plan. In May, the RTA Board adopted the ADA Action Plan to address the growing ADA paratransit budget shortfall. This presentation will primarily focus on the review of the RTA's paratransit certification program to ensure that we are certifying applicants appropriately and in an efficient manner. Additionally, Peter will present recommendations to connect the types of disability or eligibility decisions that we make to programmatic entitlements. Next slide, please. I'll begin by providing the results of the review of the certification program, which is one of the components of the overall ADA Action Plan. The scope of the review included ensuring RTA's program is in compliance with federal regulations, performing a review of the structure of the certification process to ensure program efficiency and effectiveness, determining if eligibility decisions are accurate, and a peer agency review to benchmark our performance and ensure best practices are being followed. I will also discuss cost-saving efforts that we've already implemented to reduce the program's expenses. And while my portion of this presentation will be focused on the review of the program, there are recommendations in Peter's section of the presentation on how the ADA paratransit certification decisions can better align with PACE's implementation of RAP and TAP for future cost savings. Next slide, please. The U.S. Department of Transportation regulates both who is eligible for ADA paratransit and the minimum requirements for the eligibility process. The regulations specify 3 situations in which a customer must be found eligible for ADA paratransit service. First, if the applicant has a disability that impacts their ability to use the transit system without the assistance of another person. 2, if the applicant uses a mobility aid that requires the use of a wheelchair lift, elevator, or other form of boarding assistance to use fixed route, and no such equipment is available. This applies to any part of the transit system, not just the closest bus stop or train station to their home. Wherever there, and also whenever there are path of travel, weather-related issues, or other barriers that prevent an individual with a disability from getting to a bus stop or train station, making the system unusable to them. An example of this would be a missing sidewalk and a path of travel, preventing a person with a wheelchair from being able to get to the transit stop or station. In terms of the regulations for the eligibility determination process itself, all written materials must be provided in an alternative format when requested. Eligibility decisions must be made within 21 days after the completion of the assessment process. And there are several requirements for what the eligibility letters must communicate to the customer. And there must be a documented and well-communicated appeals process. The US DOT regulations do not state what the model or the methods need to be to evaluate individuals for eligibility, so there is some flexibility on how each transit system structures their eligibility process. The FTA conducts a triennial review to ensure that ADA paratransit programs follow these regulations, and the RTA has not had any findings during the past several reviews indicating that the RTA's program demonstrates compliance with all regulations. Next slide, please. I will now discuss the certification model that we use to meet these regulatory requirements. The RTA began performing ADA paratransit certification in 1993. The model has changed a few times since then, but for the past 9 years, we have been using a vendor to operate the program. Based on the high volume of applicants, the program requires multiple staff and facilities to operate. Currently, the program is staffed with 41 contractual employees out of 2 assessment offices, and they handle approximately 40,000 phone inquiries and more than 18,000 applications annually. The vendor operates our mobility services helpline to educate customers on ADA paratransit and the eligibility process, and performs initial customer screening. Our model uses a 2-part screening process that includes a phone screening, followed by mailing a self-assessment tool to the applicant. If the applicant appears to be eligible after this screening process, they will move forward to the assessment process. New customers are scheduled for an in-person interview and assessment to determine their eligibility. And this picture on the slide shows a portion of an assessment we conduct for individuals with a physical disability, but we have several different types of assessments for other disability types. Recertifying customers who are returning at the end of their 4-year eligibility term participate in a phone interview to determine if there any aspect of their functionability to use transit has changed. If nothing has changed, the applicant maintains their eligibility. If the disability status has changed, we do schedule them for a new in-person interview and assessment to reevaluate the original decision. All eligibility decisions are made within 21 days per US DOT regulations. We far exceed this requirement, making decisions within an average of 1 to 2 days. The vendor then sends the eligibility determination to the applicant, and if the applicant disagrees with their certification decision, they've already been provided information on how to go about appealing that case. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight how RTA's pre-screening process saves the region a significant amount of money, helps applicants better understand the program, and allows applicants to determine for themselves if they might be eligible for the program before they apply. This slide shows that from January of 24 through March of 25, there's an average of 2,449 individuals that called per month to inquire about paratransit service. After participating in RTA's screening process, an average of only 1,311 individuals per month decided to complete the assessment process, which is a reduction of 54%. There is a cost for each person who participates in the program. Thus, the screening process reduces expenses on both the certification end as well as for future paratransit ridership. Next slide, please. I want to spend a moment talking about the various eligibility decision outcomes that can be made for each applicant. Applicants who are certified for unconditional eligibility are individuals who are approved to use ADA paratransit for all of their transit needs. This level of eligibility is granted to approximately 70% of our applicants. Conditionally approved applicants demonstrate that they are able to use fixed route for some of their trips if barriers do not exist, but are approved to use ADA paratransit on days or in situations where their disability or health condition would prevent them from being able to use the system. Approximately 13% of applicants fall into this category. Temporary eligibility is granted for a short period of time, 1 year or less, for situations in which an applicant has a significant injury that is temporary in nature, or if they're participating in a medical intervention to improve their functioning. Temporary eligibility is 16% of our eligible riders. And not eligible, although a person may have a disability or health condition, if it is determined that they can perform all the tasks necessary to use fixed route, then they are found not eligible. As a result of RTA's extensive upfront screening process that screens out applicants that are not likely to be eligible, as illustrated in a previous slide, less than 1% of our applicants are found ineligible. This slide also shows how RTA compares to our peers in percentages for each eligibility category. I will talk more about our peer review in a moment, but as you can see, all peer agencies interviewed have similar outcomes. Next slide, please. The Mobility Service Department is a dedicated team that performs quality assurance for all programs operated within the department. On a monthly basis, the QA team reviews approximately 100 randomly selected ADA paratransit certification cases to determine if our vendor is following all established protocols, is in compliance with the regulations, and that the eligibility decisions made are accurate based on the information that has been collected during the interview and assessment process. As this slide shows, for every month from January of 24 through February of 25, the average QA score for all cases reviewed exceeded the 90% service level agreement that we have with our vendor, and that the overall 14-month average is 96%. This tells us that our vendor is making accurate certification decisions based on the information collected in their interview and assessments, and that we are following regulatory requirements. Next slide, please. Our quality assurance group also emails 176 satisfaction surveys per month to applicants who went through the certification process. We maintain an average response rate of 32% to these surveys. On average, 97% of respondents report being either satisfied or highly satisfied with the knowledge and professionalism of staff, with the vast majority, or 86.2%, responding being very highly satisfied. Next slide, please. Now I'll discuss how we compare to our peer agencies. The RTA interviewed 7 peer agencies, including LA, Boston, Minneapolis, St. Paul area, New York, Philadelphia, Portland, and Washington, D.C. All transit systems except Minneapolis and Philadelphia use a vendor for all, if not most of their ADA paratransit program. All agencies use the same eligibility process, or same eligibility categories. All agencies use the same types of assessments with similar interview questions, and as a result have similar outcomes to the RTA as I discussed previously. All the agencies require an in-person interview and assessment for new and first-time applicants. For recertifying applications, there are a few differences in the approach. RTA conducts a phone interview to recertify customers. LA, Minneapolis, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. require a paper application for recertification. But however, RTA, LA, Minneapolis, and Washington, D.C. require that if it is determined during the phone interview or in the application that the applicant's abilities have changed from their last assessment, they do return for an in-person assessment to check that eligibility. Boston, New York, and Portland require all recertifying customers to do an in-person interview and assessment, which is the same process for their new customers. And Minneapolis, Philadelphia, and DC more heavily rely on disability verification from a medical or other professional for both their new and recertifying applicants. But overall, all of our peers have a very similar approach as ours, use the same assessment tools, and have consistent outcomes. Next slide, please. While the pandemic years led to reduction in the number of individuals certified for paratransit, as shown in this slide, applicants have been returning rapidly over the past 2 years. Even so, less people are eligible today than 5 years ago. Paratransit ridership has fully recovered, and what we are seeing is that currently eligible riders are taking more trips, leading to increased costs. In addition, PACE's contractual carrier costs are increasing due to inflation. The introduction of the Rideshare Access Program pilot was meant to lower the per cost trip for each rider who previously used traditional paratransit but then shifted to RAP. As we've been reporting to you, traditional ADA paratransit ridership has stayed flat, while RAP has introduced a new customer base that is exceeding the traditional ADA paratransit ridership at this point. So new riders are canceling out any cost savings that may have been achieved from riders switching from traditional ADA paratransit to RAP service. We anticipate the interest in the ADA paratransit program will continue to grow in the future as our population is aging. 53% of our current applicants fall within the baby boomer generation age group. We know that as people age, they acquire disabilities, so we anticipate the number of older adults applying for the service will increase. These factors have led to a tipping point in the demand for paratransit certification, and the waiting time for an appointment is increasing significantly. This will eventually lead to higher paratransit ridership. Before we jump into program recommendations, I want to discuss a few cost-saving strategies the RTA has implemented over the past 2 years. During the first quarter of 2023, the RTA decided to eliminate the paper application and instead integrate the application questions into the interview process. It is estimated that this saves the RTA approximately $75,000 annually in reduced printing and mailing expenses. Beginning in 2024, the RTA began asking applicants if they would rather receive their eligibility letter and information packet by email rather than through the mail. An average of 30% of applicants now request email notification, and we estimate that this will result in $230,000 in savings from reduced printing and mailing expenses. And by moving to a phone recertification model, we no longer provide transportation to the assessment sites for these applicants. This results in a savings of $655,000 annually. So these 3 strategies alone result in a cost savings of over $900,000 per year. In addition, earlier in this presentation, I discussed how our 2-part screening process reduces the number of customers who go through the certification process by 54%. Without that mechanism in place, we would have a much higher volume of applications, which would require more contractual staff than we would, and we'd also have a 46% increase in the cost to transport customers to an in-person appointment. Lastly, because of the accuracy of our certification decisions, our screening process, and the high level of customer service satisfaction we see from our customers, our rate of appeal is very low. In 2024, only 7 of the total 20,000 plus applicants appealed their certification decision, which is 0.03% of all applicants. In 2023, there were only 4 appeals. Due to all these factors, we believe the RTA's ADA paratransit certification program is efficient and effective. In summary, the review informed us that the program meets all US DOT regulations, is in alignment with the structure and outcomes of our peers. Our certification outcomes are accurate based on the QA program, and customers are highly satisfied. There's a higher demand for ADA paratransit certification at this time, and our review provides insight into the impacts of RAP and the aging population on both eligibility and paratransit ridership. In a moment, I'll turn it over to Peter, who will provide additional recommendations for RAP and TAP based on opportunities for better alignment of RTA certification outcomes and eligibility for PACE's subsidy programs. He will also provide an update on the other components of the ADA action plan. Before I turn it over to Peter, I will pause here and answer any questions that you might have about the review.
Any questions, comments? Yes, Director Lewis.
Michael, excellent report.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask, in light of the test or the comments this morning, when you measured satisfaction, I know it talked about the staff and the satisfaction with professionalism of the staff. Was there a lot of feedback about the satisfaction with what's provided? Because I thought I heard an underlying theme of some people not really being satisfied with what we offer versus the people who apply the program. So if you could just give a little more insight in that, that'd be appreciated.
Yeah, the surveys that we do for customers that come in for our ADA paratransit assessments only relate to the assessment process. So we don't ask in those specific questions if how they feel about ADA paratransit service in general. But PACE does do customer service, surveys occasionally to get that kind of feedback, and so does the RTA.
Dr. Montero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's a continued question in the line of Director Lewis. Well, and first I want to say for all the paratransit advocates that were here this morning, continue to be here. I personally, and I think I could probably speak for unanimously for the board, as the chairman has already said, we will pledge to advocate for as much funding for paratransit as we can. We will go to Springfield. We will call our allies and friends in Springfield to plead for the necessary funding. And it's a difficult situation, and certainly something that we knew that when we were going to be in this role that we would have to make difficult decisions at times, but we heard you loud and clear, and we want to continue to advocate for appropriate funding. And with respect to the critiques I heard this morning, it was more about, hey, sorry, I'm not going to say RAP and TAP, but I'll say Ubers and taxis, right? Is that one critique is that riders seem to prefer an Uber versus what sounds like an inflexible PACE paratransit. And maybe, Michael, you're not the person, and perhaps we need to have at a future board meeting or a separate written report, something to the board about what is the condition of PACE's paratransit program? Like is PACE providing, like how timely are they providing rides? I think someone said that they wait 2 to 4 hours for their scheduled ride. How frequently is that being tracked, and is that happening? What percentage? What is the policy of the wait time if someone is waiting for beyond 5 minutes, right? So because if the traditional mainline service is got holes in it, we want to make sure that we can advocate for PACE to be able to provide that in a more responsible fashion, and that will help the community. So I'll leave it at that and then let you figure out what's the best way to answer. Thanks.
Thank you. So good question. We do have an ADA coordinating committee that meets on a regular basis that we discuss overall ridership, and all ADA related services, fixed route included. PACE does report to us that on a regular basis in terms of what their performance is. I don't have that information in front of me right now, but I can get that to you, and I'd be happy to, unless you wanted to add anything else.
If you could provide it to the full board, please.
Absolutely. And I think based on the comments, maybe it's appropriate to have PACE come back to you as a whole and talk about sort of the performance level and of all the different services that they are providing to the region.
Any other questions? Peter?
Thanks, Michael. I'm Peter Kirsten, Manager of Strategy and Policy Team. Thanks, Chairman Dillard, and members for having me here today. So as Michael alluded to, you can go ahead to the next slide. There are better ways that we can connect kind of the RTA certification process to the provision of subsidy programs, RAP and TAP. These are program parameters that peer systems use, and we believe things we could implement here with pace and without significant cost or technological hurdles. Some potential ideas even speak to some of the things that people were commenting about today. So as Michael covered in previous slides, our region is aging, and while age alone is not a component of certification, we know that disability is more common among elderly, and additionally, RAP has induced significant demand for the service. Individuals that have never utilized ADA paratransit are now getting certified to use RAP, and that's where a lot of this growth is coming from. So 2 recommendations would be to first limit subsidy programs to unconditionally certified riders. This would mean that individuals with a temporary certification or individuals with a conditional certification would not be eligible for the subsidy programs. The second recommendation is specific to newly registered individuals. So again, these are folks that have gotten certification since RAP came on board and have never used the traditional ADA paratransit service, but are now a significant portion of RAP ridership. And they actually average the highest use of all cohorts of RAP riders. The recommendation would be to implement sort of an introductory period and or a 6 ride per month cap on newly certified unconditional riders. Again, these things would be consistent with what peers do. These recommendations are not final and should be considered as part of potential future actions outlined in the adopted action plan. Another concept we've discussed with PACE was setting caps specific to how people use the program. So there were comments this morning about people using this for work, and if you work more than 15 days in a month, you need more than 15 round trips. Other peers do this. They match the cap to the way the person has historically used ADA paratransit or the way the person needs service today. This would be also a potential future action, is looking more specifically to the needs of the rider instead of using such a kind of one-size-fits-all model. Next slide. So it's worth repeating that the growth of subsidy programs continues. Combined RAP and TAP ridership has exceeded ADA ridership each month since February. In May, RAP and TAP ridership was almost 290,000, even higher than our high projection when we introduced the action plan a few months back. In comparison, traditional ADA ridership, which again is about 3 times the cost per trip, has leveled but has not significantly declined. So again, PACE anticipated there would be induced demand that people would want to use these programs. But we need the concept, the idea of these subsidy programs is that you can reduce some of the cost on your traditional paratransit by moving people on to RAP and TAP. And even if they're using it more, you can still break even. That's not the case so far. We have not seen declines in traditional ADA, which is the more costly mode per trip, while we're continuing to see this really rapid growth, particularly of RAP. Next slide. So PACE held public hearings in each county seeking feedback on fare restoration and the 30 rides per month cap. In total, 350 plus comments were received. Of the 2 changes, far more complaints were made about the 30 ride cap than the restoration of fares. Riders from every county shared how critical RAP in particular has become to them. We heard a lot of that this morning as well. Things like offering new mobility and flexibility to their lives that they didn't have previously. So while change will always be hard and prompt a reaction, as was evidenced this morning, the response from riders speaks to why it is so important that we ensure that we can sustain this program on the long term, that we can fund it and sustainably program it. Next slide. So in response to strong public feedback, we want to summarize a couple key data points. First off, certified riders will continue to have access to fixed route transit when and where they can utilize it, and that will be free. They will have free fare beginning this fall with CTA and Metra both implementing it. PACE is actually already offering that. Secondly, nothing in the action plan changes traditional ADA paratransit. Certified riders will continue to have the same access to service. Our region will continue to fund ADA, traditional ADA first. In terms of changes that are being implemented, of the more than 60,000 individuals certified for ADA paratransit in the region, only 5% will be impacted based on current uses by the 30 ride per month cap. So that's 1 in 20 of certified riders. Currently, 1/3 of RAP and TAP riders were newly certified since the launch of RAP and have not taken a trip on traditional ADA. This cohort of rides costs about $2.3 million per month. Again, these are all entirely new riders that were not relying on the system previously. Additionally, there's little evidence to suggest that these riders would put strain on traditional ADA as they have never used the service previously. So if they hit the cap, we think they're unlikely to request a ride on traditional ADA as a result. Implementing the action plan adopted by the RTA board will save an estimated $3 million per month by subsidizing fewer RAP and TAP rides and realizing more operations revenue through restored fares. Tying certification to the provision of subsidy programs, the recommendations coming out of Michael's review, could increase those savings to as much as $5 million per month. Next slide. So in terms of the next steps, October 1, PACE will implement the 30 ride cap and $3.25 fare restoration. CTA and Metro will deploy free fixed route rides across the system for certified riders. Again, PACE has already done this. And lastly, RTA will continue to consider future actions that may be needed, beginning with how to incorporate better connecting certification and rider needs to the provision of subsidy service. And we'll work with PACE to streamline implementation of these guardrails to ensure that we're able to provide the best possible paratransit service within the fiscal constraints that are imposed upon us. So as a reminder, Doug will be up later in the action agenda to talk about the funding portion of this topic, but we're happy to pause here for any questions.
Any questions, comments? Director Lewis.
Peter, thank you. Maybe I didn't listen carefully enough, but is there, the 80-20 rule sometimes applies, probably 20% of the riders maybe need greater than 30 rides per month. Is there a provision where they can apply if somebody has special circumstances for greater than 30 rides, and the majority of the people probably can live within the 30 ride limit? Is that something we've looked at, or is that embedded in what's proposed?
That doesn't exist today, but that's kind of what I'm trying to introduce with potential future actions, is a process by which people could have a cap set to their needs, either based on how they historically used the ADA system or what their needs are today. That is something that other peers are doing, and it's something that we've discussed with PACE, but haven't arrived on yet.
And it's 5%, right? That would be impacted by a 30 ride limit.
5% of all certified. There's about 60,000 plus people that are certified through the RTA program that Michael shared the review of. Of the total pool of certified riders, it's about 5% that are using RAP or TAP in a way that would be impacted by the 30 cap.
Dr. Ross.
Just to piggyback on that, Mr. Chairman, if it's only 5%, I think that we need to go back to the drawing board and take a look at how we could change the implementation. It seems to me, as an example, that if we know the highest number of rides that people are taking each month when they go to work, that we ought to be able to create an individual cap for people that would meet their needs. Even if it means new certified people even aren't allowed to take RAP and TAP. If they haven't used it up to this point, they're not accustomed to it. But people who are already using it have already established a lifestyle because of the availability of those two services. We need to do everything that we can to maintain those opportunities for those people. And so I would, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have us go back and talk with PACE or do whatever we have to do. I recognize there are some actions that we need to take today, but we're talking about October 1st as the first, opportunity for implementation. That's 6 more weeks that we have an opportunity to look at this again and rethink the decisions that we've made and see if in fact there aren't other options.
Tarek.
Thanks, Chairman, and I want to associate my comments with those of our colleagues that this is a high priority and that we're going to continue to go to Springfield and make the case. I think we're starting to feel the turbulence of what this fiscal cliff really means. This is, I think, the first very present and very heavy interaction this board has had with what the consequences of what to come is. And I want to put that in this context and ask the staff for a few questions that I think we need to understand as we get closer to this cliff and we have to reduce bus service across the region and reduce train service. What does that mean for the eligibility of folks who use these programs? My understanding is the eligibility has a geographic component where you have to live within a certain mile percentage proximity to a bus route. And so if we cut 40% of bus routes, what would that mean for eligibility for folks who use these programs?
So let me clarify. Eligibility, you coming in and applying through RTA has nothing to do with where service exists. There are people in the database that maybe have an address in a different state that are certified to ride when they're in Chicago. The trip is eligible with an origin and a destination that is within 3/4 miles of fixed route. So where you live actually doesn't have an impact on it, but it's where you can go, where you can request a trip and have a trip offered either by traditional ADA or by TAP or RAP. But you're absolutely right. If we cut bus routes, that shrinks the footprint of what the service area would be. If there were eliminations of weekend service, then there would be eliminations of weekend ADA service as a result. It is a complement to the fixed route system. It offers a service that exists within an origin of destination within that service area on a comparable span of service with a fare that is within a degree of comparable to the base fare of the service as well.
Thanks, Peter. I think this is the type of transparency that we've been talking about to communicate to the public the real consequences of this. We could have 100 trips per month, but if we shrink the amount of places you go, it's not going to matter. And if the hospital that you need the service to isn't within the service area, you can't use the service.
Right.
The caps don't matter. I think what we really need to do is get to the specifics of what's at hand. The consequences. What are the routes that we're cutting so that people can fully understand this and we could show a map of what that geography looks like to your mobility and your access today in the region and what that future is if Springfield doesn't act and we go over the cliff. We don't have that, and that urgency is not being communicated to Springfield. We're feeling it now because this is the first action of what the fiscal cliff is causing us to do. It's a cap, it's putting us in line with peers. It's hard and it's heavy. But the future is going to be even worse. It's going to make this cap look, pretty minuscule in the consequences that are coming, not only for the communities that use ADA service, but for the entire region that uses the fixed route service. This is heavy stuff. I think this is just a taste. I think we have a responsibility to really outlining that very specifically, and we'll continue to bring that up in the ad hoc committee meetings that we have.
Chairman, Dr. Sager has a comment.
Yes, Dr. Sager, good morning or afternoon. Still morning.
Thanks, Chairman. I truly appreciate the public speakers who so eloquently addressed the board regarding the TAP and RAP ride access. I think that it has become very apparent that these individuals are not just seeking a change back to the original allowance of rides, if you will, for convenience or pleasure or just extra riding or unnecessary trips. They're talking about very real life needs. It's not convenience. It's not just joy rides, if you will, but it is truly their ability to access work, their ability to access medical care, to food, to family requirements. And so I think we have to keep that in mind. And I do appreciate that we're talking about 5% as indicated by staff today. But 5% of the people are in need of those types of things. I truly appreciate the considered recommendation that suggests there be individualized evaluation. And I think rather than making just a blanket statement today, that we need to look at that individualized evaluation and provide, as our colleague Ross has indicated, the opportunity to sculpt, if you will, a program that is going to meet those individuals' needs. I hate the use of percentages, because it seems to minimize things too often. But we're talking about 60,000 rides, 5%, 3,000 people that are going to be impacted, and they are the constituents that we also have to be aware of. And so I'm very concerned about that. I think that the state funding only 4% of ADA programming is unconscionable. I think it would be unconscionable to reduce the ride options to those individuals that we also serve today. So I'm going to ask that we take a look at that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Doctor, very much. Any other questions or comments? I have one. I just want to make sure, I'll get to you in 1 second, Director Carey. On the implementation of cost saving strategies, Michael, which is page 28 or on the slides, I just want to make sure that's built into Rob Nash's efficiencies that he shows the legislature. This is another $1 million, primarily because of technological innovation. But I just want to make sure Rob's got it in when the legislature's asking, what efficiencies are out there, that this $1 million is in our numbers that we're giving them. Director Carey.
I just want to piggyback on Dr. Sager's comments and Board Member Ross. I will vote for the 30 ride a month limit today. We have, and as Director Katarik said, this is the first example, first time we're getting hit with the cliff. And this wouldn't be quite as critical if we weren't facing the fiscal cliff, but we are. So we need to make the dollars work. We need to make the money work, and we need to be responsible across the entire system. Having said that, I know 6 weeks isn't a very long time for staff, but I do wonder if something could be implemented quickly in terms of, we heard stories today, and while it's 5%, maybe not all, the ones that really get to me are the people that are trying to get to and from work, because that's the obvious one. And if RAP and TAP have enabled, as we heard today, some of the stories, people to find work that couldn't before, then I think that's worth, taking some time and seeing if we can, if we could somehow make that work, before October 1, when the 30 limit goes into place. I know that's a bit of a challenge, and we don't usually do things that fast, but anyway, that I would love to see us try.
Appreciate those comments. And I think just a sort of a detailed point to put on that is, PACE holds all those contracts. PACE actually is the entity that runs this. We can go back to them as you did sort of with the action plan, made these suggestions to PACE as to how they could tweak and modify the program. We are in continued conversation with PACE around all of this and around future action items that Peter talked through some examples of some of them. We will take it back to PACE with a sense of urgency that they, and ask them to consider implementing some different or additional programs as well. And we can, though, continue to have the conversation with you as we're working through the budget process for looking out to 26 and beyond for even improvements beyond that as well.
Right, I appreciate that, and I would hope that PACE would be receptive and understand the urgency involved here. Thank you.
Any other questions of these two gentlemen? If not, we will move on to item 6D, which is the update on House Bill 3438, the Sustainable Transit for Northern Illinois Act. And Rob Nash, welcome. And thank you and to your team for everything you do.
Good morning. I wanted to make sure it was still morning. I'm Rob Nash, Director of Government Affairs. I'm just going to touch on a request the board made at the July meeting. At that meeting, staff presented an overview of House Bill 3438. And at the time, the board requested staff to summarize the key points contained in that presentation and develop a draft letter that could be reviewed by the board and potentially sent to elected officials in both the Illinois General Assembly, at the governor's office, and potentially to regional leaders as well. We have included a copy of that draft letter in your meeting materials. As directed, we also sought some feedback from the service boards, and issues commonly cited included the sufficiency and balance of proposed revenues and potential new costs, concerns over bonding limitations affecting project pursuits on the capital side, seeking more clarity on the proposed dual roles for future regional entity and service board members of the respective boards of directors, and the timing and transition issues, particularly in terms of restricted procurements during the transition period. We do believe lawmakers will conduct a detailed review of the proposed legislation and are actively considering potential changes or amendments. Another way to say that is, while the Senate bill, I think, is the bill passed by the Senate, I should say, is will be very similar to, I think, the starting point. I think the feedback we've gotten from lawmakers is that the options are open to consider different approaches on a number of issues. Obviously, revenue being one of those that has already been signaled lacks some support in the House. We have been encouraged by lawmakers to share any observations with members of the General Assembly as they continue their work. I'm happy to answer any questions and stand ready to communicate any board perspectives to our state elected officials.
Thank you. Questions, comments, suggestions for Rob? Easiest report you've ever given.
Chairman, I don't know if we need direction though on the letter. We have obviously communicated both to the public and to lawmakers directly some of the concerns we have with the proposal. If the board would like to be officially on record, beyond our comments, we drafted a letter to sort of fill that purpose.
If you have comments on the draft letter, talk to Rob. I've got one that I'll talk to you about later on.
Okay.
But I do think we probably ought to send a letter just to continue to keep as I think it was Kyle who testified from our ADA paratransit, keep the heat on.
Yes.
Politely.
Stand ready to answer any questions on that or make any
Thank you.
edits.
Director Walker.
So I just have an overall comment. I thought the letter did a great job of striking a balance. I think it positions the RTA as accountable, but also eager to partner with legislators and stakeholders. And I also appreciated how clearly the letter lays out the opportunities and the risk. And I think it sets us up for an active collaborative voice in the process. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you.
And yesterday, I know you met with key stakeholders in the House or the key members. So we are, as the musical Hamilton would say, we are in the room where it happens these days. So,
yes,
which is good. Director Kotarek.
Thanks, Rob. And Chairman, I would recommend that we attempt to make the letter with the chairs of the other organizations. With the ad hoc committee that we have, I think it only benefits and increases our chances of success with Springfield.
Absolutely.
To be absolutely consistent. I think going alone might allow us to go faster, but if we go together, I think it's more impactful.
No doubt. And our ad hoc committees, which we're going to hear more of, have been really good. And I thank the service boards. The chairman of the other boards have been here as if they're executive directors or in case of Nora, the president of the CTA. So it's been great. But no, and it sends a message that we talk constantly and cooperate, as I think was pointed out yesterday in a very good Chicago Tribune story. Yeah, Director Carey, sorry.
Just briefly, I absolutely support sending the letter, and I do support trying to get the chairs of the 3 service boards to sign on. I would send, if they're reluctant for some reason, which I would not anticipate they would be. I think I really think those that have either watched or been at the ad hoc meetings and having the three service boards and the leadership of those boards at the same table has been a very interesting and I think productive exercise. So I would trust that they would be agreeable to going on record with us, but I say, with or without them, we should forge ahead and continue to plead our case, our position on this, particularly to be in the room. And I understand we are a little bit more in the room. We have a foot in the door, but that's important. I appreciate the effort on the letter.
Anything else? Thank you, Rob, very much. Let's move on to some of the action items. Item 7A are the resolutions certifying financial results for the second quarter of 2025. Malik and Sarah are going to present this one.
From Springfield. Chairman and members of the board, Malik Vaishnav, I'm the Deputy Executive Director of Planning and Capital Programming. As we have done the past several quarters, I'll present first to you an update on the performance measures before Sarah walks you through the financial items, which are the action items. What I'm presenting is just for your information. Next slide, please. Our second quarter performance report compares our operators' year-to-date performance to peer agencies and shows recovery as compared to 2019. Starting with ridership through June of this year, CTA Bus has achieved the highest ridership recovery at 78% of pre-pandemic levels, which is similar that the bus mode, the urban bus, has recovered the most with our peer agencies too at 90%. CTA Heavy Rail is at 59% compared to peer comparisons of 84%. Commuter Rail has recovered 60% compared to peer comparison of 78%, and Pace Bus ridership is at 63% of pre-pandemic levels compared to the peer average of 86%. Overall, regional ridership is 3.2% higher compared to this time last year. Metra and CTA Rail lead the gains with increase of 6.5% and 4.6% respectively, while CTA Bus has gained 2.2%. Pace Bus has reported a decrease of 2.7% compared to last year. Overall, the system has a net gain of 5.6 million rides compared to 2024 so far, and we are on track to exceed last year's ridership totals. Next slide, please. So as we have done in the past, we will quickly update you on the progress of reporting our performance measures as part of the Illinois Public Act 103-0.281, or referred to as the Omnibus Bill. We act as the facilitator of a working group with the service boards, and service boards on their website and dashboards continue to report information. I'm pleased to report that a lot of work continues to be done to update the matrix, website, and reporting schedules. All three agencies have made the scheduled updates to their website and are current through the month of June. We are waiting on Pace for one exception to publish 1 month of service data for the month of June. We'll continue to meet periodically, and one of the key aspects this year was to publish as much information as we can to communicate the effectiveness of public safety measures. So I'll cover a little bit of that in a bit, and next month you'll hear the full results of the customer satisfaction survey that just got wrapped up. Next slide, please. So one critical piece of reporting has to do with staffing levels, as this correlate with the ability to provide service, which generates more ridership. Here we can see the number of net new positions through June that were added in the operations at each agency compared to 2024. CTA has continued its effort to hire bus and rail operators and rail flaggers. So in a minute, we'll dive deeper into their reports. Metra reports a net loss of a few hires. However, their total headcount is 11% higher than what is needed to currently operate the level of service they have scheduled. Pace has hired a net 64 new operators in 2025, bringing their current number of filled positions to 93% of their budgeted positions in 2025. Next slide, please. So this in turn impacts the scheduled delivery of service. This chart shows the overall results for the past 12 months for each agency. In their own dashboards, they break this out by weekday and weekends for more detail. CTA Bus and Metra continue to deliver roughly 99% of their scheduled with little variance month to month. For CTA Rail, there was a decline during the early part of the year and end of last year. However, steady improvements have been shown since February of 2025, and we'll see in a minute of how their hiring of rail operators is almost at pre-pandemic levels. Pace Bus has been fairly consistent at 96% of service delivered to schedule. Next slide, please. This is the screenshot showing CTA staffing, which was just updated with data through July of 2025. You can see generally increased staffing levels as 2025 has progressed, with a large jump in the second quarter. With the additional posting of July data, we can report that the number of CTA bus operator headcount is about 300 positions higher than 2019 levels. And the rail operator has reached 871, shy of just 1% of pre-pandemic staffing levels. As seen before, this hiring and training progress is translating into better service delivery, especially in the second quarter of 2025. Next slide, please. Metro staffing level are shown for the full year of 2024 and through June of 2025. Metro reports the total number of employees required to operate current schedules on the top line, followed by the number of currently available employees. As said before, they're able to consistently maintain a buffer and have more employees available than needed to meet the current schedule. Next slide, please. Pace's staffing similarly shows a table covering January 2024 to June 2025. Pace reports the number of budgeted positions as well as currently filled positions as of the end of each month. Also, although Pace has yet to realize full staffing to budget numbers, the gap in May and June was the smallest between what they need and what they currently have on staff. So good progress across the board. Next slide, please. Here we take a look at the reporting of safety and security incidents expressed as a ratio of incident per 100,000 vehicle revenue miles. CTA and Metra data reflect the number of events that meet the NTD or National Transit Database reporting thresholds and include such incidents as transit worker assaults and railway suicides. In addition to NTD reported incidents, PACE data also includes code of conduct violations. CTA bus peaked at 1.3 incidents in July 2024 and has seen a consistent drop in subsequent months with a little bit of an uptick back in June this year. CTA rail incidents peaked in May 2024 and have trended downwards at the end of 2024, but seen a general increasing trend in 2025, peaking at 0.43 incidents per 100,000 miles in June. Metra's high of 10 reportable incidents in a month occurred in April of this year and have decreased in May and June to one of their lowest rates of incidents of 0.06 per 100,000. Pace reported a high of 10 reportable incidents in a single month in May, but again, this figure includes code of conduct violations that aren't necessarily related to personal security. Pace ended the quarter with 0 reportable incidents in June. Next slide, please. While the NTD data is a good place to see safety and security incident over time, we do reach out to our riders directly through our panel surveys. Over 1,300 respondents took our second quarterly customer panel survey, and they let us know their level of experience with various aspects of unwelcome activity. So here you see on the left, starting with whether people have heard about certain incidents or whether they've experienced them. So that difference has been really important given that you hear things in the media, but you might not have personally experienced them. So we start with physical conflicts such as robbery or assault, going down all the way to just seeing nuisance of certain types. And as you can see, the range of what people have directly experienced ranges from 31% for robbery and assault to 87% for excessive noise and loitering. Furthermore, in another question, we asked them if they have seen a change compared to a few months ago, because we do this survey every quarter. And about 70% of riders have said that they have not seen changes compared to the previous quarter. However, our second quarter survey happened just a couple of months after the first quarter, so we'll continue to measure this now again when the third quarter survey goes out and see if some of the recent safety and security components are starting to have an impact on people's perception. With that, I conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Dr. Mondero.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Malik, thanks for the presentation. On slide 44, the safety and security piece, do we have what is like the standard for the industry for bus, rail?
We can certainly compare the data to our peers and come back to you and show where they are, but there isn't really a set standard. Part of the issue is that there's some leeway in what you can report to NTD, so there might be some differences of methodology. However, it's the best source to compare to peer agencies, so we'll bring that back to you.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it would be helpful if we could see what the average of incidents are across other transit systems and superimpose that data point here.
So, yes, sounds good.
Dr. Colson.
On your chart 37, as I read it, the Chicago area is substantially behind its peers in terms of ridership recovery. Am I reading that right?
Yes, you're reading.
And do you have any great theories as to why that would be?
Yes, we are investigating either through rider surveys or working with service boards to get you more information. Partly, the larger ridership is linked to the economic activity outside of our control, but what is in our control is the level of service being provided. So we are finally getting to a point where we are getting closest we have ever been to providing scheduled level of service, but it generally takes, there's a little bit of lag between when people start to see that and start to ride more. The other big piece is we do compare ourselves to peers who are in warmer climates. So generally the first couple of quarters we underperform, and then we pick up as the summer and fall come in. So I'm very curious to see where we land in the third quarter comparison. If we still have a big gap, we will definitely bring to you some of the reasons that we are seeing from riders of why people are riding less in our region compared to the peers across the country.
Dr. Lewis.
I want to piggyback on a question that Director Mondero posed. We have two different security forces. Metro has their police force and the CPD. Is there any correlation or any difference in terms of the way one reports versus the other, or anything that we learned from looking at that on a comparative basis?
Thank you. So with the NTD reporting, it falls on our service boards, CT and Metro and PACE, to report them. So some of those incidents, it's fairly comparable that there are specific types of incidents they're reporting. So that data would be fairly consistent between the types of incidents Metro Police might report versus a suburban police department or City of Chicago Police Department. However, as we get into the code of conduct violations and other measures we have seen in the past that you have asked about, such as how much police presence is seen on the system or how much work is happening, that's where there are differences of reporting, and we are trying to make sure that at least every quarter there's some level of consistency, so we can also talk about how much activity is out there in terms of measures such as police presence on trains and buses.
So clarifying question on slide number 45.
Yes.
When I look at the legend, the colors aren't matching unless I'm missing it. So when I look at just the physical conflicts such as robbery or assault, I don't see where the dark brown and the gray correlate to the legend.
Yes, we will fix that and get
Okay.
you the right color. There's one bar that is off from the legend, so apologize.
That's okay, but the dark brown correlates to which part on the legend? The dark brown bar And the
So-
graph correlates to what on the right?
It is the, I believe it is the I have not witnessed this, but I will definitely confirm.
Okay, just let
Yeah.
us know. Thank you.
Question. Anybody else? Sarah, all yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Sarah Rubino, Principal Analyst, and today I'll be asking the board to certify the Service Board's financial results through the second quarter of 2025 against the adopted operating budgets. Let's look at our primary metric for evaluating substantial accordance with budget, the operating deficit performance. Next slide, please. CTA, Metra, and Pace Suburban Service each reported favorable to budget operating deficits, primarily due to lower than budgeted operating expenses. ADA Paratransit's unfavorable operating deficit variance has grown to $15 million, or 11.6% through June. This unfavorable variance represents the growing 2025 budget shortfall for ADA Paratransit, which Pace has projected could reach $53 million by the end of the year. Pace is working toward implementing cost mitigation efforts outlined in the action plan adopted by this board, and a funding amendment to address this shortfall will be considered in the next agenda item. The system-wide operating deficit of the service boards, including ADA Paratransit, was about $1.4 billion. This result is $98.3 million, or 6.4% favorable to budget. Accordingly, staff recommends a finding of insubstantial accordance with budget through the second quarter of 2025 for the results of the CTA, Metra, Pace Suburban Service, and the region as a whole, and recommends that the ADA Paratransit results be found not in substantial accordance with budget due to an 11.6% unfavorable operating deficit variance. The appropriate remedial action required for this level of second quarter underperformance is a budget amendment in response to the funding amendment that will be considered later today. Next slide, please. As a region through June, we've now used about $2.8 billion, or 79% of the total COVID relief funding allocated to the system. For the year to date, the service boards have used $115 million less than was budgeted due to strong sales tax receipts and favorable operating expense performance. We'll continue to report the usage of federal COVID funds monthly as we progress through the 26 budget season. Next slide, please. Keeping in mind that each of the service boards budget a bit differently, on this slide, we're showing the actual June employee headcounts at the service boards relative to budget, a combined total of a little over 17,000 full-time equivalents. Note that this is a comprehensive view of total positions rather than the operating-only staffing update reported by Mullock. Shortfalls range from less than 0.5% at CTA to about 12% at Pace. These are significantly improved from the start of the year when CTA was at less than 10,000 FTEs and Pace was around 1,500. In general, all three service boards have made great strides in getting more fully staffed. Closer to budget CTA, Metra, and Pace staffing should help reduce the favorability on the operating budget variance I discussed earlier. We'll continue to update the board on the employment status of the service boards quarterly. And that concludes my presentation. Back to you, Mr. Chairman, for a vote on the certifications.
Thank you. Director Quattark.
Sarah, thanks again for keeping that on slide 49. It's sort of like our doomsday clock of COVID funding as it's itching closer and closer to 100%. In our last meeting, I'd asked, Pace has more of the COVID funding not yet totally expended. And when Melinda was here, I'd asked if that was accruing interest, and she said it was. Did we figure out what the interest? And then if you do have that number, what are the restrictions on that? Is that up to Pace? Is the eligibility fairly flexible? What's the dynamics around those funds?
Kevin has that interest number. He's coming up.
Yeah, I can share. Kevin, come on up too if you want. The estimated interest on that, their reserve funds was estimated to be around $20 to $25 million.
That is correct. And as far as our understanding is that there's no restrictions from federal government about, the use of those funds. So.
Any other questions? If not, how about a motion on 7A to approve in a second? Director Yonan moves that we approve the item in 7A, seconded by Director Gorman. And Madam Secretary, please take the roll.
Director Carey,
Aye.
Director Colson, Director Gorman, Director Groven,
Aye.
Director Jenkins,
Aye.
Director Katark,
Aye.
Director Lewis.
Yes.
Director Mondero,
Yes.
Director Rotundo,
Yes.
Director Ross.
Yes.
Director Ryan,
Yes.
Director Sager,
Yes.
Director Walker,
Yes.
Director Yonan,
Aye.
and Chairman Dillard.
Yes.
We have 15 ayes.
Thank you, and that is approved. 7B is the ordinance authorizing an amendment to the 2025 ADA Paratransit 2024 funding amount. And after reviewing the agenda and materials and talking to staff and a couple of you, I'd like to have the staff also present 7B and 7C sort of simultaneously as they go sort of hand in glove. So we'll talk about 7B, talk about 7C, and then we can figure out what motions we want. So, 7B, if you would, Doug.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Doug Anderson, Manager of Budgets and Analysis here at the RTA. Before I start, I want to point out that the proposed funding amendment is predicated upon implementation of the action plan in the fourth quarter, including the 30 ride cap and the fare restoration. And if any adjustments are made to that action plan, the proposed funding solution changes a little bit. So I'll try to explain that as I go through the presentation. This item asks you to consider adoption of an ordinance which increases the 2025 ADA paratransit funding level, defining the funding component of the revised ADA paratransit budget required by the previous agenda item. PACE must in turn produce and submit a revised and balanced 2025 ADA paratransit budget for the board to consider for adoption. Next slide, please. In March of 2024, the traditional ADA program was enhanced with an additional subsidized program. The Rideshare Access Program, or RAP, like the Taxi Access Program, offers ADA paratransit, and that's something we fully support. But as we approach the fiscal cliff, we must balance that innovation with strict financial discipline and the careful stewardship of our limited operating funds. Here's where we stand. In May, the board approved using $25.5 million from the ADA Paratransit Reserve to remedy a year-end 2024 budget shortfall, leaving just $8.3 million in the reserve. In June, the RTA board adopted an action plan to slow cost growth and manage ridership, with PACE targeting fourth quarter for implementation. In July, the ad hoc committee discussed a shared sacrifice approach to the 2025 ADA budget shortfall, which we in turn discussed with service board finance teams during our July 31st task force meeting. This concept was developed further at last week's ad hoc committee meeting. Today, we're moving from concepts to action. We have a specific recommendation in the form of a proposed funding amendment. Next slide, please. You saw this slide earlier in today's meeting, showing a couple more months of ridership results. In April and May, the Rideshare Access Program continued to grow rapidly. Combined RAP and TAP ridership, shown by the orange line, surpassed traditional ADA ridership during the first quarter and will soon exceed 300,000 rides per month. Traditional ADA ridership, shown in black, has remained relatively steady at around 225,000 rides per month. These results continue to indicate that the new RAP rides are largely incremental rather than diverted demand from the more expensive traditional ADA service, as was intended. This has caused the developing budget shortfall. Next slide, please. The monthly ridership trends on the previous slide translate into the projected annual ridership variance shown in this chart. Overall, ADA ridership is now expected to exceed budget by 2.2 million, or more than 50%, with that variance focused specifically in the Rideshare Access Program. On the other hand, TAP and traditional ADA ridership are projected to finish closer to budget. At a cost of approximately $22 per ride, this 2 million ride variance translates into a 2025 budget shortfall of around $50 million, as we previously communicated to the board and committee. The mitigating components of the RTA action plan shown on the slide should have a dampening effect on that total funding shortfall. PACE has completed a series of public hearings on these recommended actions and anticipates implementation on October 1st. Next slide, please. With these trends in mind, and with guidance from the July and August ad hoc committee meetings, staff recommends a modified shared sacrifice scenario for the additional 2025 funding projected to be required for ADA paratransit. The currently projected unconstrained shortfall of $53 million is expected to be reduced by about $8 million after mitigation measures are implemented in the fourth quarter of this year, specifically the fare restoration to $3.25 and the 30 ride per month cap. These measures result in a projected net funding shortfall of $45 million. As a solution, staff recommends allocating the remaining ADA paratransit reserve of $8.3 million, incremental RTA non-statutory sales tax funding of $17.5 million, and 2025 innovation, coordination, and enhancement funding of $16.6 million. Reallocation of the 2025 ICE funding for this purpose requires that an emergency be declared per the RTA Act, which we have included in the proposed ordinance. Use of the 2025 ICE funding also requires that funding to be deobligated from its previously intended usage in the Service Board's capital programs. And as shown on the bottom line, PACE would need to identify the source of the balance of the projected funding need, approximately $2.8 million of PACE funds. So here, if the $7.9 million of mitigation changes up toward the top, if it decreases due to adjustments to the action plan, that additional funding need would fall to the bottom to the PACE funding as the ordinance is currently structured. So that's why there's some question as to the exact numbers. For example, if the mitigation decreases by 2 million, the 2 million would fall down to be on PACE's shoulders to fund. The proposed ordinance approves these 3 RTA funding changes and requires PACE to submit a revised ADA paratransit budget incorporating the increased funding within 30 days. An alternative solution could remove one or more of these funding components, requiring PACE to provide the funding instead. One final note on these figures. This is essentially a mid-year projection, and the year-end shortfall could be significantly different, either better or worse. We will, of course, continue to keep you updated on the ADA paratransit results as the year progresses. Next slide, please. Finally, approval of the proposed ordinance at today's meeting will initiate a series of steps over the next couple of months. As I stated earlier, the not in substantial accordance with budget finding requires PACE to submit to the RTA a revised ADA paratransit budget, specified in this ordinance to be within 30 days. PACE staff is expected to take a revised, fully funded 2025 ADA paratransit budget to their September 17th PACE board meeting for approval. Once that revised budget is adopted by the PACE board, PACE will submit it to RTA staff by the September 20th 30-day deadline to be considered for adoption at the next following RTA board meeting, which is on October 23rd. At the November board meeting, we will present the third quarter financial results against that newly adopted 2025 ADA paratransit budget. That concludes my presentation. Back to you, Mr. Chairman, for any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Any questions on this one, 7B? Let's have a discussion on 7C, which is the ordinance establishing the estimates of funding amounts available to the service boards for the 2026-2028 operating budgets and the required recovery ratios for 2026 and the preliminary 2026 to 2030 capital funding amounts. And again, 7B and 7C are somewhat intertwined, so that's why we're doing the discussion like we are.
Thank
Kevin,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the board already. I'm Kevin Bueso, CFO for the RTA, and today we're going to look at a very critical step in our budgeting process, and that is approving the funding marks or In other terms, what's available to the service boards to operate in 2026 and our estimates. If we can go to the next slide, please. So the proposed ordinance adopts the operations and capital funding amounts, or marks, for the 2026 budget and 5-year capital program. So the capital part, that's the reason Malik is here as well, to go through that. So setting the marks is always a critical step in the RTA regional annual budget process, and even more so this year based on the different challenges that we're facing. The RTA Act establishes September 15th as the date by which the funding amounts for the upcoming year must be adopted. Action today, rather than at the September board meeting, will give the service boards more time to prepare their budgets. Keep in mind that we're asking them to put together 2 scenarios, and some of them are considering a 3rd scenario. So a lot more work this time around, and this time is definitely a lot more needed, necessary this time around than what it's been in the past. The RTA Act further requires that the service boards develop budgets that adhere to the approved funding amounts. These funding amounts will be supplemented as necessary by what remains of the reserves that we have been that we presented in the through Sarah's presentation. Considering the impending budget shortfall and the lack of additional state funding for public transit in northeastern Illinois, this year's funding marks process looks a little different than prior years. As a result, the proposed 2026 operating funding amounts include one-time shifting of funds that are discretionary to the RTA to shifting to CTA to delay their cliff and delay meaning a few weeks or maybe a month or so with these action. This shift of funding is for 2026 only and includes both non-statutory sales tax and public transportation fund, or PTF funding. This also includes innovation, coordination, and enhancement funding. This is traditionally provided to Metra and PACE. The overall goal, again, behind this recommendation of shifting the funds is based on lessening the regional impact on transit services and riders. And again, these one-time steps will not structurally solve the fiscal cliff. Our ask from the state does not change, and we anticipate the structural funding gap to remain at around 20% of our regional operating budget. So again, this is a one-time action. It doesn't delay the cliff by a year, or it gives, or fixes the structural cliff that we have. It's a temporary measure at this time, and that's only within what's allowed per the RTA Act for the RTA. So next slide, please. You've seen this chart. A lot of the information that you'll see here was also presented during last week's ad hoc committee. We have also discussed it during the budget work task force. So a lot of this feedback, or a lot of the information you're seeing here, has been generated through this group and discussed during these conversations. So the largest component of the RTA operations, as you're all aware, is sales tax. And we're keeping a close eye on how the change in legislature that basically applies sales tax to online sales now effective January 1st. We're monitoring what the impact is going to be. And so that's what this graph is here. This chart shows in orange the estimated impact of the change in sales tax base. This is above what would be considered normal growth, which is shown here in black. So at the bottom, that's what we were originally estimating in growth. So the January and February results suggest approximately a 10 million monthly increase, while the March and April results indicate a monthly impact closer to $20 million. We just received May results, and that indicates something in between those amounts. And what we're looking at is more of a 12 million assumption, and this is sort of the data that we're using. So again, to repeat, we did have a chance to meet with the Illinois Department of Revenue analyst, as well as Cook County, and some of the information that they provided, or a lot of their estimates, aligns with what we're looking at as well. So that was definitely good to see. They were basing this information on the same or similar data that they're showing. So please keep in mind again that this is a 1-year upward or shift in terms of that sales tax. So I would caution that it's not necessarily an indicator of higher economic activity. So meaning not an indicator of more purchases, is just now the change of the sales tax applying to sales that were not included in the past. That still, we are seeing an increase on that, but the increase is not at 11% or double digits, what we have shown here. So if we can go to the next slide, please. This one shows a little bit more of the analysis, more of a graphical view of what we're doing. So these are the underlying assumptions of the RTA sales tax forecast, which are incorporated in the proposed mark. So again, these assumptions are included in the ordinance that you see here. Moody's Analytics provides the RTA with a custom sales tax forecast for the current year, so that's 2025, and the budget and plan years, which is 26 through 2028. And this is all based on historical sales tax receipts and projected regional economic performance. The most recent Moody's forecast did not reflect the expansion of the RTA sales tax base because of the very limited amount of relevant historical data that was available. However, we did make a change on how we projected that. So to project the sales tax receipts from 2026 through 2028, we first updated our estimate for 2025. So you'll see a plus 11%, recognizing that there is a higher collection on sales tax. Thereafter, we assumed the 1.6% underlying growth forecasted by Moody's, and then top that each month with a $12 million of additional sales tax resulting from the expansion of the sales tax base. So again, this resulted in an overall 2025 sales tax growth of 11% compared to the 2024 actuals. As for 2026 through 2028, so we now have a higher base for 2025. We apply Moody's baseline growth rate, and so that's 3% in 2026, 2.5% in 2027, 2% in 2028, and that's what we're showing on this graph. If we can go to the next slide, please. So although the RTA is requesting 2 budget scenarios from the service board, the RTA recommends adoption on only one set of marks. This corresponds to scenario 1, which assumes no new funding, which is what we have currently. For the 2026 marks only, CTA will receive all non-statutory funding, a total of $74 million that's shifted from Metra and PACE to CTA. This amount includes PACE's 2% share of PTF 1, so that's $7.3 million. Metra and PACE's shares of residual sales tax 1, that's $42.3 million for Metra and $14.1 million for PACE. And Metra and PACE's shares of the ICE funding, that's $6.8 million for Metra and $2.3 million for PACE. So these measures, again, will help lower and delay CTA's 2026 operating gap, which is, again, projected to occur earlier than PACE's and Metra's. The marks assume that in 2027 and 2028, the non-statutory allocations return to traditional distributions. On the other hand, funding ADA paratransit at previous plan levels of preserve $45 million of sales tax 2 and PTF 2 funding for mainline services. We'll have a little bit more on that in a little bit of here in the presentation. Again, note that if the state provides the additional funding in October, as we're hoping, the RTA board can then redistribute this non-statutory funding by amending the 2026 marks or simply going through a 2026 budget or funding amendment. So that's why we're presenting, again, one set of marks. The board will have an option to amend them if there's action by the state. Next slide, please. So the recently approved state fiscal year 2026 budget provided for PTF to be funded at a full 30% state match of the RTA sales tax and RET. In state fiscal year 2026 budget, reduced fare reimbursement was increased by 10% to nearly $23.1 million. state and ADA paratransit funding was increased to 11.5 million. Note that this state funding accounts for only a small percentage of the cost of these programs. That's approximately 5% of the total cost of ADA and 20% of the cost of reduced fares. The state budget also includes $99.1 million of funding for AFA assistance for the debt service. So these are the bonds that were issued in the early 2000s. Yeah, a long time ago. Thank you. And so we're seeing that reimbursement coming through. But if you were tracking that, you would see that that number, as we're paying it down, that number continues to decrease. If we go to the next slide, please. So again, these ties into what Doug just presented, and in terms of the 2025 paratransit funding gap that we have. As you can see here, or as we're going to go through, this is a larger program or a larger amount for 2026. Here's the detail on the ADA funding assumptions that are contained on these marks as they are proposed. So this table breaks down preliminary 2026 ADA paratransit budget into two parts. So traditional ADA service and the combined rideshare access program and taxi access program, so RAP and TAP. Without constraints or changes to the subsidy programs, the total funding requirement is 355 million. So that's almost double that of ADA paratransit budget in 2019, just as a point of reference. The mitigation measures are scheduled for the fourth quarter of 2025 are expected to deliver about $30 million in annual savings in 2026. This reduced the need to 325 million. 255 million for traditional ADA and 70 million for RAP and TAP. For 2026, the state has again increased the contribution to 11.5 million, and the proposed RTA marks maintain the previously approved 2026 RTA funding levels of 268.6 million. This fully covers the projected traditional ADA need and also $25 million of the RAP and TAP costs. That leaves about $45 million for PACE to fund through other sources. Again, this approach ensures that sales tax funding is maximized at the mainline services while holding ADA whole on its core services. So again, the traditional ADA funding remains as originally committed by this RTA board. Next slide, please. Now, when we pull all these numbers together and we compare it to the budget plan for 2026, this is what we're presenting on this table. You'll notice a larger increase going to CTA funding since it is receiving all the 2026 non-statutory funding. This table includes sales tax, PTF, RET, and state funding for ADA paratransit. The RTA agency budget is reflected at a 0 growth from 2025 compared to how it originally was presented at a 3% growth. So that's a 1.2 million, again, going back to mainline services. The sales tax increase is helping, but it doesn't fix the fiscal cliff. In 2026, service ports can lean on remaining federal relief funding. By 2027 and 2028, those funds are gone, and the full size of the cliff becomes clearer. So our point here is that we are seeing the sales tax increase helping, and that is helping the situation that, as compared to the budget plan, the other service ports where while we are allocating more to CTA, the other service ports are still seeing an increase in what's being distributed to them, and that's mostly due to that sales tax increase. Next slide, please. So one item that we cannot skip is the recovery ratios. The marks also set these ratios for each of the service boards. Since budget scenario 1 assumes that there is no recovery ratio relief from Springfield, the 2026 marks will require return to the pre-COVID recovery ratio requirements from 2026 through 2028. This is necessary for the system level recovery ratio to combine. So again, once we look at the breakdown, that pre-COVID recovery ratio requirement for CTA is 54.75, 52.5 for Metra, and 30.3 for PACE. Once we combine that, that's how the 50% recovery ratio is estimated or calculated as system-wide. Without recovery ratio relief, COVID relief funding reserves are no longer authorized to be included as operating revenue for recovery ratio purposes. So instead, the service board's budgets will need to include a generic revenue credit. So this is a plug number. It doesn't mean that we're getting that funding. In effect, we would be self-disclosing that we're unable to meet that 50% recovery ratio. This credit also represents the potential PTF penalty that could be imposed on the service board if that 50% regional recovery ratio requirement is not satisfied. Just a little bit of background. If the regional recovery ratio is not met, then each of the service boards that didn't meet its recovery ratio is penalized the following year. So this would be a penalty in 2027. The penalty is equivalent to the amount of additional revenue the service board would have needed to meet its 2026 recovery ratio requirement. The penalty amount in the form of PTF funds must be returned to the state. The service board is also required to amend its following year budget to reflect this loss of funding. In 2026, the ADA paratransit recovery ratio requirement returns to pre-COVID level of 10%. So unlike budget scenario 1, budget scenario 2 assumes the stopgap and assumes a recovery ratio relief. So again, I'll turn it over to Malik to go over the capital or the capital marks and then sort of open it up for questions.
Thanks, Kevin. We go to the next slide. Hi, directors. I will cover the capital funding for the proposed marks. Next slide, please. Focusing first on the 2026 year of the capital program, there are almost $2 billion available for capital projects at CT, Metra, and PACE. The federal amount is based on funds made available from the federally approved Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Federal funds also include discretionary opportunities that the service boards are planning to pursue or have already pursued. Some of the opportunities include Section 5309 New Starts Program, Rail Vehicle Replacement, and the Carbon Reduction Program. The state funding reflects the region's PAYGO or motor fuel tax funding. RTA funding is made up of access to transit projects. As a note, all 2026 ICE funds are planned for operations, as you just heard. Service board funds are made up of CTA bonds, Chicago TIF funding, and available positive budget variance from PACE. Next slide, please. This chart shows how the capital funding from all sources is split among the service boards for 2026. CTA is approximately 74% of the region's capital funds, or $1.47 billion. Metra at 22% at $434 million, and PACE 4% or $78 million. Next slide, please. All right, now let's review the 5-year program that will be part of our budget process. The 2026 to 2030 capital program has an estimated total of $9.23 billion. Federal formula funding is approximately 41% of available funding, and discretionary funding is about 16%. So the federal contribution right now to our program is 57% of the funding. The discretionary funds come in later in the year if there are opportunities. As part of the quarterly amendments, you'll see any updates if service boards win additional funding. State funds represent about 15% of the program, which come from PAYGO or motor fuel tax funding. Service board funds are again made up of CTA bond, Chicago TIF, and PACE PBV. Finally, RTA funding is made up of future years RTA ICE program and access to transit, accounting for less than 0.4% of the program. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit more about how we allocate funding, capital funding between service boards. You have seen this before. We presented in May. We are continuing to apply the performance-based programming that was adopted in 2021 to distribute federal formula and PAYGO funds to CTA, Metra, and PACE. The baseline allocation is based on the 20-year state of good repair need, and the allocations are being adjusted in 2030 based on what you heard previously with our SAM report that we published a few months ago. On this slide, you can see the splits over the 5-year horizon, where the 2030 is being updated based on the SAM work. The new percentages were again presented at the May board meeting. Next slide, please. So if we look at the total amounts of funding for these programs over 5 years, the federal formula funds for the region in 2026 matched the 2025 actuals, while the out years show a proposed increase of 1%. RTA is taking a conservative approach based on the current political realities. Second, the state PAYGO funding from the motor fuel tax is estimated at $270 million in 2026, with an increase of 2.5% each year after that. Next slide, please. Finally, let's take a look at the total proposed marks by service board. CTA has 6.737 billion, or 73% of the regional 5-year total. Metra has 23%, and PACE has 4%. You will see a regional fund here of 19 million, or 0.25%. The regional fund is made up of withholdings from the 2030 program year if service boards have not met capital delivery performance goals. Next slide, please. So as noted before and presented to you in May, we put out our proposal for implementing the withholding for 2030. And this is based on the previous 3 years of average spend with the 3 service boards. Based on the spend levels that were recommended, CTA does not have a withholding. But based on the current spend level, Metra has a withholding of 3.76%, or 14 million, and PACE has a withholding of 6.85%, or 4.7 million. Metra and PACE's latest 3-year average spending falls below the 20% goal, which is leading to this withholding in 2030. Next slide, please. So as we presented to you in May, we are allowing the service boards to make adjustments to the performance-based calculation that include exemptions. Service boards can exempt 25% of annual PAYGO allocations that are being used for a federal match. So if you're bringing in more money from DC, then we will exempt potential slow spending because the timelines are shifted when federal funding comes into the equation. Service boards can also make adjustments if their projects have delays based on issues outside of their control and they're over 90 days. This include permitting, NEPA, or other entity approvals, excusable vendor delays documented in a change order, and concurrence and land acquisition delays. These delays will be submitted during the budget process for an RTA review, and we will update the 2030 withholding number and the marks in future capital amendments. So this will begin the process of implementing the performance-based programming fully, and we will continue to come back to you on quarterly updates and amendments to see how things are progressing. Next slide, please. So I'll turn it back over to Kevin, and then we are happy to take any questions you have on operations or capital marks.
Thanks, Malik. So just real quick, this is the full calendar or high-level calendar for the 2026 budget development. The RTA board adopted the budget call in June. Today, we're recommending the board adoption of the funding amounts as they were presented. September 15th is the statutory deadline for the RTA to adopt the marks. And then on November 20th, the RTA board meeting will feature presentations of the operating budget capital programs from each service board. Again, that goes in line with the pending item on the 2025 ADA. That's not reflected here, but it's obviously, ties into everything else. So, at this time, questions.
Questions of our august panel. Okay,
Chairman.
Mr. Director Corman.
Yeah, I just wanted to test. I think we've heard the 74 million will buy us or buy CTA. I thought I heard 6 weeks and then I saw 2 to 3 months. What's the real benefit, or how much are we pushing up the fiscal cliff?
Yeah, so it's 2 to 3 months. Originally, we were talking about Q1 of 2026. Now that's extended to Q2 of 2026 for CTA.
Director Mondero. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Kevin and Malik, for your presentation. Mr. Chairman, I'll start with you. Thank you for your vision and your leadership in this discussion. What we are talking about here today in the next few minutes encompasses many hours of conversations between board members, between leaders of the community in the city and suburbs, between the transit service boards, to try and find a compromise with not a lot of resources, right? And all to try and avoid the fiscal cliff for as long as we can, and to provide our state legislature, our leaders there, the time to come up with a solution for long-term proper funding of public transit. And so thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership on that. And great ideas from Director Leanne Redden and all of our RTA staff. I see why the chairman put 7B and 7C together to discuss, because it really is a compromise. I believe that Director Carey first said this term shared sacrifice, right? And this is an example where in 7B, the ordinance where the service boards are giving up their ICE funding to fund ADA paratransit. It's not something that, as Director Kotarek mentioned last time, that CTA or Metro are probably enamored with. But at the same time, how do we find in 7C ways to shift the fiscal cliff for CTA and Metro? And so I think 7C, if what I recall from Kevin's presentation last time, it shifts CTA's fiscal cliff from Q1 to Q2, Metro from Q2 to Q3. And I think that that is, at least for the meager amount of resources we have, a strong attempt by the board and the service boards to try and give Springfield more time so that they could have a really strong conversation about how to properly fund transit, and ideally like 1.5 billion, right? And to me, as Kevin mentioned, like some of the service boards are doing a third budget. I hope that they all do, so that things like the ADA paratransit that we spoke about earlier, that we heard comments from, could potentially be included in PACE's future items. So in that, I would motion, Mr. Chairman, that the RTA board consider 7B and 7C together, that a vote for one is a vote for both, so that the ordinance authorizing an amendment to the 2025 PACE ADA paratransit would be coupled with the ordinance establishing estimates of funding amounts available to the service boards for 2026 through 2028, and along with the required recovery ratios and the preliminary capital program funding amounts. So that would be my motion.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Seconded by Director Kotarek. Excellent. Thank you.
Chairman, no, I'll
Yes.
just let you know, Dr. Sagar also has his hand up.
Dr. Sagar.
Just a quick point of order, though.
Yes.
If we have a motion on the floor, we do need a second, and then you can go into
Yeah,
additional
we have a
discussion.
second from Director Kotarek. Brian, you there?
Yes. Yes, Chairman, can you hear me?
Sure can. Thank you, Doctor.
Good. You know, I apologize, but I have a really strong opposition to doing these two items together. I think they need to be considered separately. I know and understand that they are dramatically related, but at the same time, there are points that need to be made here, and I believe that division of the question is a much more appropriate approach. It is a motion on the floor. I respect that motion, and we have to deal with that, but I would call for division of the question in this regard. If you are so willing, Chair, I have a few comments that I would like to make, and I don't want them to be overly cumbersome, but at the same time, I think they're necessary to make my points.
So make your comments if you would, Doctor.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. You know, as a member of this board, I've had the honor of serving with individuals who have embraced, if you will, the mission of this body with a dedication to fairly serving the transit needs of the people of the entire region in a fiscally sound and responsible manner. Today's board is certainly no different than that. On paper, our mission is seemingly easy. We know, however, that the elements of serving needs and fiscal responsibility are too often desperate as needs often outstrip the financial capacity. Throughout my public service, I've dedicated myself to working in a collaborative manner, believing we are stronger and more capable and more productive when we work together versus drawing lines and focusing on self-interest, versus that opportunity which would serve a particular portion or a certain group of individuals. At the risk of seemingly straying from this approach, I must voice concerns today on behalf of McHenry County. While I have a great deal of respect and appreciation for the budget task force, for the incredibly hard work of staff and the ad hoc committee who have worked truly diligently and worked in strong effort to identify steps to mitigate and curtail the impact of this looming fiscal cliff, I must share some significant concerns regarding the ordinances that are before us, which direct 74 million of non-statutory funding from Metro and PACE in fiscal year 26 to CTA. I'm not going to I'm not going to hold up the proposed action, which is on 7.7B, I think it is, perhaps 6B. But with regards to, excuse me, it's 7B, authorizing an amendment to the 2025 PACE ADA paratransit funding amount. I know they're closely tied, but I'm not going to hold that up, although I wish there would be a underlying commitment that we hear strongly and verbally and with assurance that there's going to be effort on behalf of staff and others to try to come up with ways to individualize meeting the needs of those who are in that 5% that we've discussed. So that's the first thing. I'm going to vote in favor of that, but I want assurance that that's going to be a significant effort so that perhaps in October we'll be able to come to a better point on that. I will say, though, that I'm very concerned about 7C. And the questions I have are, one, how do we justify the vagueness, if you will, that's included in the supportive documentation report for this? There are no guarantees there. In the report, we're talking about moving $74 million of non-statutory funding from Metro and PACE, and those steps will temporarily serve to preserve essential transit service. Temporarily, what I'm hearing is that is by a few months, 2 to 3 months, if you will, taking us into that second quarter of 2006. But that's still, I think, very iffy and vague. It states that the proposed marks assume in 2027 and 28 that non-statutory allocations will return to additional distributions. What is the guarantee there? It also talks about the one-time allocation only for 2026 with an anticipated return to standard practice in 27 and 28. I have concerns about this. There's no guarantee that those types of things are going to occur. It also states under PTF1 funds that they will be allocated to CTA not at 100% as in 26, but at 98%. 98% to CTA. Those are strong concerns, I think, of vagueness. It's really, truly give us pause. And I am concerned about those. So I state those, asking the question first, what will Metro and Pace be sacrificing in 2026 with the reduction of $74 million in their distribution? What are those sacrifices? What are we giving up in Metro and Pace for that 74 million that we are distributing now to CTA? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Doctor. And to the division of the question, I don't see a second. So 7B and 7C, we
Well,
will.
A division of the question, with all due respect, does not require a second. That is up to you to make that decision. And I assure you, I will. I will assure you, I will not request an appeal to the decision of the chair.
Thank you. You are a gentleman. And just so everybody knows, 7B and 7C, it's kind of like a cart before the horse situation. They are tied together. So Leanne or any of our panel, you want to answer Dr. Sager's big question?
We have a slide, if we go back a couple of slides, because Kevin did have the numbers showing for 2026, the splits between what is being moved from the other service boards.
This is slide 64. Or '61. Yep. Thank you.
There we go.
Sorry, as we go into that point, I think one of the questions, the lot of questions that Director Saga just asked was sort of the shared sacrifice. So taking the 2025 item, that the removal of the moving of the ICE monies to PACE is essentially taking away those dollars from Metra and CTA and moving them to PACE. And then one of the items, as you can see on this slide, in 2026 is that next year's allocation of ICE money is moving them over. Additionally, it's in 26, it's those additional items that we've noted here. So it's the 2% share of PTF. So if any, I think maybe not everyone, but we'll just remind everybody that there is a small amount of discretionary dollars that the RTA board gets to control. And historically, 98% of that money has always just gone to CTA, with that 2% remaining going to PACE. In this, the proposal for 2026, and you're just approving marks for 2026. I mean, that's what's up for consideration. The concept is that 2% share that would have traditionally been given to PACE is recommended to go to CTA. Then you've got the Metra and PACE shares of the sales tax one, the discretionary piece of that, recommended to go to CTA as well as the actual, an additional proposed cut to the RTA budget of our operating budget of 1.2 million to also allocate that to CTA in 26. Molly, Kevin, if you've got other things you want to elaborate on.
I just want to add that what you'll see when, so the service board, as they put together their budgets, we do include 27 and 28 plan years and those schedules. And those schedules will show that distribution going back to original levels. So that's sort of the written commitment. So obviously, these RTA board will have an opportunity to change that, but it will require a vote, similar to what you're doing right now. So, but that is included on the schedules, and when you see on the budget ordinance itself, you will see that in there, and you'll be able to verify that those funding levels return back to normal traditional allocations.
And I see that. With all due respect, though, this board can take any action it wants to at any time in the future. So even though we have this as an ordinance, we can propose another ordinance to change that if that's what this board by majority determines to do. The other thing is, please don't minimize percentages. It is real dollars that Metra is in particular is sacrificing. Metra is sacrificing. So what is it? Not in percentage, not in the dollars, but what is it that Metra is sacrificing for their inability now to have those funds available in the year 2026?
Yeah, it's about 49 million.
And the projects that we're foregoing?
So at this point, it's the operating funding. So they're not foregoing any projects, but the ICE grants, it's the unobligated share of the ICE grants. So there should be no material impact on any specific projects.
Also, if we look at the slide 64, again, the service boards were planning on this funding for, as we are showing here on 2026 previous column. What these marks propose, they're still seeing an increase in their funding. And mainly because we did not include that impact of the additional sales tax on these back when 2025 budget was approved that included 2026 plan. So again, just showing that most of these it's allowing us to do these or as proposed because of these sales tax increase. There's a benefit there as well. So.
And one other point just to note, as we noted at the very front end, there's been conversation at the ad hoc committee level, which includes the chairs of each of the service boards. This proposal here today is the exact recommendation that was made at, and not recommendation, that the details that was discussed at the ad hoc committee. Additionally, the exact same elements were discussed with the staff working group, and Metra has gone on the record saying they are okay with this for 2026.
And both Metra and Pace do get more.
Correct.
Director Kotarik.
Thanks, Chairman, and thanks for the comments, Director Sagar. I mean, I think this is, again, another clear indication we're getting closer to the cliff, and we've got a lot of choices that are bad and worse. I'm a reluctant compromiser on this, for sure. We had some pretty vigorous discussion in the ad hoc committee. We showed just a few slides back that PACE is sitting on so much unspent COVID funding that it's accruing interest. $20 million could easily pick up a decent portion of the tab of the tap and wrap, but this is compromise. We're taking away projects from CTA. We're taking away projects from Metra and PACE and their ICE program. The chairman of CTA came here and talked about those programs and projects paying for public safety, which isn't going in the right direction in the other slide that we saw. None of this is good. And, the other context piece is that this discretionary funding we're talking about for 2026, these splits are traditional. They're handshake. We are by no means in a handshake traditional scenario. We are in a totally ahistorical and emergency moment. We have to declare an emergency for ICE funding, in fact, to have this even work. So this is probably the best compromise that comes together. I want to commend Director Mondero for putting them together because I think, again, back to the core of what the General Assembly is looking for us to do is to make this system and our actions integrated, regional, and together. And this is related. That's why these two are coming together in this vote, and I encourage everybody to support it and really get to the business of telling Springfield the seriousness of this. And I'll just one last thing that I want to add. I think as part of these budget marks, and this isn't an amendment, but it's a message I'd like to sort of send to CTA, Metra, and PACE. We have to tell the public and the General Assembly what is going to happen if we don't do this. We will never get the urgency level we need for them to act until we specifically spell out what bus routes, what train lines are going to go away, how often they won't run. We've got to do that planning now. It's not easy. We need to do that planning together. PACE, CTA, Metra, and us all sitting at the table, being serious and articulating the consequences of what this is and also modeling the congestion that's going to happen when that system starts to reduce. That action has to happen, and if it doesn't, if it isn't part of these marks that they're going to, or the budgets that they come back, I'd probably come back with an ordinance to force that action. I think it's a critical ingredient for us making the case.
Director Katark, I truly appreciate your commentary and the points that you have raised. And we live in a political world, whether we like it or whether we don't like it. We live in a political world. And the concern I have, honestly, is that it seems like what we're doing is taking this $74 million, and what we are doing is just saying, okay, we're going to wait for 2 to 3 months, and then we're going to hold hands together and jump off the cliff together. And that's when the point is going to be made. I don't understand why it isn't enough for Chicagoland representatives right now to say the fiscal cliff is here today, not tomorrow, not the next day, not a year from now. It is here today. And by taking this action, we are continuing to kind of postpone or prolong that agony. Why isn't it better to force our legislators right now to see the reality of where we are with regards to CTA? And that's a political approach. I don't necessarily believe that it is a kumbaya moment or that it's a come together moment. I know that there is significant disagreement in this point, but on behalf of McHenry County and our discussions, I'm afraid that's where we find ourselves today. So my apologies, but it is my reality. Thank you.
Don't have to apologize. Director Kotarek.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Director Sagar. There's also a practical component of this. We started the early planning for the fiscal cliff talking about the system being a network, and it is. It is interrelated. If there's a Metro train coming in from Woodstock and there's not a bus to pick someone up, ridership on both systems suffer. That's less revenue into the system. We need to plan for the better scenario of 1.5 billion together, as much as we have to go through the very ugly and difficult process of planning the cuts together.
This planning process, as Tom pointed out, all 3 service boards are going to have to plan together, because cuts to one, if you have a Pace bus show up at a Metro station and there's no Metro train, that's a problem. So this is going to have to be an integrated planning process among the 3 service boards. And I can't stress enough how many times we've heard it. And it's always been my philosophy since I got here. We're one region and they expect one system, all 3 service boards to be working sort of as one system, more today than ever. Let's put it that way. Director Jenkins.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to make sure that as we make these difficult decisions that we're forced to make right now, that we don't lose sight of the passionate, very moving stories and things that we heard from the people that are going to be impacted by all of this. And as Dr. Sagar said, we want to make sure that when we talk about percentages, we are not minimizing the impact of those individuals. My question relates to, I believe I heard Kevin earlier state that if we move forward with the implementation of 7B and 7C, and I know my colleague has asked that we vote on these together, what if we move in favor of implementation of 7B and 7C, what mechanism do we then have, or are we restricted in addressing some of the concerns that were raised earlier with rapid tap? I know it changes the numbers, so I want to make sure I understand what our mechanisms are.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
I would say that the action plan the RTA board passed in, I would say, was it June? That was part of the financial quarterly update for the previous quarter. And now what was presented today is again in insubstantial accordance. So there will be a need for additional action items that we will work with PACE. So we still need to go ahead with some portions of implementation in October to make sure we are starting to make a dent. The outcome would be, if we sort of pull back on the plan or change it significantly that you've already passed, is that then there'll be a growing expense for ADA paratransit in 25 and then impacting 2026. So we would have to keep coming back to you every quarter with a funding amendment that would continue to show that the expenses are higher than what is being budgeted. That would be the impact. However, as more data comes in, you'll have opportunities to make those adjustments, but the problem will continue to grow.
Dr. Mondero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to address one point that Director Sagar made about that. Sounds like the CTA should address its fiscal cliff now, right? And the unfortunate reality is that if we were to have the fiscal cliff at CTA now, there's 1 million+ riders a day, right? So 40%, 400,000 riders would have reduced service, right? And there's this death spiral whenever transit agencies cut back on service. Our region may never recover if we have a 40% reduction across the board. And so that's why we're trying to buy the time so that our leaders in Springfield can come up with a sensible solution. Thank you.
So excellent point. Director Gorman, you have a comment, question?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, just the speakers were phenomenal this morning, and it was very emotional to hear them out. The 30 rides, I did learn a lot as to those 30 rides. They were 30-day rides. There were actually 30 rides. And it is impactful for those 5%. And I do look forward, because I know that the PACE will work, with those 5%. And there will be assurances to that. So that's one point. The General Assembly, the leaders that I have spoken with are going to go back in October, is my understanding, and address that in veto session where transit is going to be a priority. To comment on Director Mondero, that is, the fiscal cliff is here, and it is being addressed, and it is being proactive. And we just can't stop those operations right now. And so it is important to have that 74 million, and it is something, it is a sense of urgency to have that right now. I do feel it nipping at our heels right now. So I think it is something definitely that we do have to act upon today, because it is here, and it is something that we do need to do. And I look forward to our legislators in Springfield addressing that and helping us all out as we work in tandem, as our service boards do need this addressed immediately. Thank you.
Director Yonan.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, I thank you for, the privilege of being a part of the ad hoc committee where, the conversations of PACE and Metra, who, were in the room, their boards, their executive directors, to say, we know we got to do this as a, comprehensive transit system. But truly there was a sacrifice that, they all knew they had to be able to just make an agreement. I think there was good conversations. Perhaps I was, a little bit ridiculed when we used the word alone when it came to multi-year program. And I know it's very hard, to Dr. Sagar's point right now, to look at fiscal 27 and 28, but we're doing that today. And I think that's in fairness, where at least let the suburban, kind of the region, go on record saying there has to be some consideration of not just looking at perhaps what historically has happened in the 27, 28 budgets. Agree, and all due respect to staff, that that's the best we can do today. But to just be able to go on record to say there has to be some kind of looking at both Metra and PACE's programs and look at ways that we can perhaps, again, as all of us, get through this crisis and look for some more opportunities for them to be able to, and we can't use the word loan, we can't use the words recoup some of this, but there's definitely some needs that are going to be out there that, to Dr. Sagar's point, we have to advocate for. And we just ask again to just go on record saying we'll work as a body to be able to address those needs in the 27-28 budgets moving forward. I know we can do that. Again, it's just making sure today we get through this crisis, and appreciates everyone's cooperation to be able to kind of at least say that, you know, we'll get through this together. So just want to go on record with that. And again, Dr. Sager, thank you for your points.
Director Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I agree with the other comments about thank you for your leadership in this discussion. Very difficult situation, I think, for all of us to be in. I'm compelled by Director Montero's comments, I think at the last meeting, that we need to work together as a group on this and move something forward to show the legislature that we are working together. And so from a practical standpoint, I'm compelled to vote for both of these affirmatively. But I do have some reservations, and they are consistent with what Director Yonan has shared, and that is that philosophically, I really am opposed to taking away something that was already put in place in good faith, and that is what PACE has garnered as their decision to save money from COVID relief in order to use it down the road. I really do not like what I'll call post-action. Going forward, I have a different view. Shared sacrifice for ICE and all those other funds, I really don't have a problem with that because we are a region and that's where we are right now. We've got to make some sacrifices. So I have no difficulty with that. But I'm in concert with Director Yonan. As an example, if we're going to take $45 million from PACE next year for paratransit, I think that should be in the form of a loan. And if not, then I think they should not pay any more than what we've described as the 20% of the rides that are paratransit in areas outside of the city. So I'm going to reluctantly vote yes for both of these, but I renew my concern that we're taking away money after the fact when PACE operated in good faith in setting its budget. I said this during the committee meeting. No one objected when the CTA made the decision to not reduce service during COVID. In fact, I actually supported that because I know people from Will County who were using the service to get to the medical district. But now for us to take away PACE's ability to decide what it wants to do with its money next year or the following year, I just think that's wrong. And to me, a loan would be the answer to that.
Director Carey.
I have two things I want to comment on. First of all, I want to echo the comments of Director Jenkins, Director Sager, and others about, again, going back to talking about PACE and what they might be able to do to help mitigate, for some people, the cap being put on the 30 rides a month. And one idea might be to direct, and I don't know that we can get this in the motion today, I'm not suggesting that, but I would ask that they be advised that this board, you know, strongly voiced a desire to see them do something in this area and perhaps to develop an appeal process and implement that as quickly as possible for people that really have a very legitimate need to exceed that number. Second, dealing with, I'm going to support both these motions as they stand, 7B and 7C. I've been on this board 6 years now, a little over 6 years, and I have been frustrated at times of the inability to act more regionally. No matter what anybody thinks, RTA does not have sufficient authority, and hopefully the next iteration, NETA will have more authority to take a very broad and overarching look at things regionally. So in this case, as we were approaching the fiscal cliff, I think one of the first things we talked about that many of us, you know, felt was the primary issue was to delay any cuts in service as long as possible. So to me, the two motions we're going to approve, hopefully approve today, are a compromise to accomplish that. So I am fully in support of them.
Director Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I think it's been a lively, good discussion today. One thing that I want to bring up, I don't think anyone's going to be surprised to hear, we need to think about the workforce and all of this, right? These are people's lives that we all are making big decisions on today. And so, if we don't give this money to CTA for next year, that means warn notices go out in December, right? To thousands of people. And so, but then on the flip side of it, if we do give this money, then it's like, so what does that do to training of the workforce at Metra and PACE, right? And it's our trained workforce that keeps us at the level that we're at, and so it's like, there's a lot of trade-off in all of this, and it's a very difficult decision. But, it's like, we just all have to collectively come together, think about what we're doing, really consider the implications on all sides of it, and just make the decision that we think is best.
Director Sauger has his hand up.
Yes, Dr. Sager?
Thank you, Chairman. I do not want to, sacrifice what I believe is my long-term commitment, personally and professionally, to work together as a team and as a collective body. I certainly believe in that, and I think that the message is very clear to me, and I trust the rest of the Collier counties that we need to make a collaborative statement in this particular instance, even though I am strongly concerned about years 27, 28, 29. I'm equally convinced by the eloquency of my colleagues that a collective voice is necessary at this particular time. It bothers me that we do have to make these sacrifices, but sacrifices have to be made. And so with that, I thank my colleagues who have so appropriately voiced their position and brought me to a different place. Thank you.
Thank you. They're pretty good, aren't they, Doctor?
Absolutely.
The appointing authorities knew who they were appointing, and as I've pointed out many times, this board, when I look around here and see your backgrounds and professional expertise, from Director Yonan, who was the county's czar, and I want to mayors, community college presidents. I mean, you're all amazing. And I can't thank you enough, because I know how much time you've all spent thinking about this, in your daily lives, and your professionalism and articulation is second to none. Any other questions or comments? I mean, we have not seen the last of these issues, and they will continually keep coming back. And, we'll be back here early and often, but, great discussion, great board. And with that, there is a motion to have a vote on 7B and 7C together. Seeing no,
Just
yeah,
to be clear, and Allison, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, so there is a motion on the floor right now to combine them, then you're gonna need a second motion at this point to take the vote on those two ordinances.
so let's have a motion to really take the vote on, by Dennett. So, Director,
You just need a vote on the first motion.
oh, all right. So I'm combining the two, Director Mondero's original motion. Joey, take a roll call on that.
Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Colson? Aye. Director Gorman? Aye. Director Groven?
Aye.
Director Jenkins?
Aye.
Tarek?
Aye.
Director Lewis?
Yes.
Director Mondero?
Yes.
Director Rotundo?
Yes.
Director Ross?
Yes.
Director Ryan?
Yes.
Director Sauger?
Yes.
Director Walker?
Yes.
Director Yonan?
Aye.
And Chairman Dillard.
Yes,
We have 15 ayes, motion passes.
so that passes. Now we can go on to.
Now we need a motion to approve the ordinances of items C and 7C and 7D as presented.
No,
Oh,
it's
sorry, B and C. B and
C.
C as
B and
presented.
C. Director Carey moves, seconded by Director Kotarik, that we have a roll call on the approval of items 7B and 7C together. And with that, Joey, please take the roll.
Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Colson? Director Gorman?
Aye.
Director Groven?
Aye.
Director Jenkins?
Aye.
Director Kotarik?
Aye.
Director Lewis?
Yes.
Director Mondero?
Yes.
Director Rotundo?
Yes.
Director Ross?
Yes.
Director Ryan?
Yes.
Director Sagar?
Yes.
Director Walker?
Yes.
Director Yonan?
Aye.
Chairman Dillard?
Aye.
15 ayes, motion passes.
Thank you. So those two items are approved, and thank you all, and thank you particularly Dr. Sager, and Dennis and Tom. Item 7D is the approval of Section 5310, Enhanced Mobility for Seniors and Individuals with Disabilities Programs. And this should be an easy one compared to the previous one. Hi, Heather. Welcome back to the table.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having me back. Again, my name is Heather Mullins. I'm the Division Manager, Planning and Program Management, and today we are seeking approval of FY 2024 and 2025 Section 5310 program of projects. Next slide. So the Section 5310 program is a federal formula grant program that provides assistance to public transportation projects that focus on enhancing mobility for seniors and individuals with disabilities. The RTA became the designated recipient for Section 5310 with the Illinois Department of Transportation in 2013. As co-designated recipient of the Section 5310 program, RTA awards and administers operating, mobility management, and capital improvement projects, while IDOT awards and administers grants for paratransit vehicle purchases. The RTA only administers the program and passes through federal funding. There are no RTA funds that are used in the program. Next slide. Project selection for the program is guided by a coordinated Public Transit Human Services Transportation Plan, the HSTP, which was updated and adopted by the RTA in March 2021. A locally developed HSTP identifies the transportation needs of individuals with disabilities, older adults, and people with low incomes, and provides strategies for meeting those local needs and prioritizes transportation services and projects for funding and implementation. Next slide. The HSTP recommended 9 goals and strategies to meet the transportation needs of seniors and people with disabilities listed on this slide. Selected projects must meet at least one of these goals. Also note that recommended projects also support Invest in Transit by helping to create a fully accessible transit system. We did recently initiate the process to update the HSTP and expect to be done with that in about 10 months or so. So we will have a new HSTP and new goals and strategies for our next call for projects. Next slide. This is an overview of the timeline for this year's call for projects. We opened the call on March 20th and had applications due about 5 weeks later in April 24th. In May, all applicants provided a presentation to members of the project selection team on their project and their application. We then put together our recommended program projects, which opened to a public comment period during the month of July. We did refine the program and bringing that to you for approval today. We received 15 comments as part of that public comment program. All of them were in support of the recommended projects. Also, we do conduct a call for projects every other year, combining 2 years of funding. So we'll have a next call for projects in 2027. Next slide. So a little bit about the funding we had available for this program. So we had a total of about $20 million in federal funding for FY24 and 25, which was about $800,000 less than what was available during our last call, which combined funding from FY22 and 23. However, we did talk to IDA and they agreed to lower their allocation for vehicle procurements from 5.5 million to 3.5, which ended up leaving us with slightly more funding this round. So we did have 16.5 million to the RTA to allocate for operating, mobility management, and capital projects. Next slide. We received 15 applications for a total of 27.7 million, which made us over programmed by $11 million. We are recommending 16 projects, which I'll explain later, listed on this slide and on the next slide. Applications are recommended based on eligibility, needed funding, particularly for returning operating projects, project selection team member scoring and ranking. That team is made up with staff from IDOT, CMAP, Easter Seals, and RTA staff. Again, no RTA funds are required to support these projects. It is all federal funding, with the subrecipients providing the required local match. Many of the projects in the recommended program are current Section 5310 subrecipients for operating projects, which you're probably familiar with. There are a few new projects that I'll highlight here. On this slide, CTA is receiving funding to support the installation of real-time digital station customer information enhancements at up to 8 CTA rail stations. The displays will include audio functionalities such as audio buttons or similar tools that provide audible descriptions of the visual content to ensure customers who are blind, have low vision, or face difficulty accessing visual information can independently receive the same critical service updates. Next slide. Grundy County. The Grundy Transit System is a demand response community program for Grundy County provided for the general public with a special emphasis on transportation for seniors and people with disabilities. Demand response services are available Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., except for federal holidays. The buses operate throughout all of Grundy County with delivery points to portions of Will County. 2 townships in Grundy County are within the MPO and thus are eligible for Section 5310 funding. Funding can only be spent within those 2 townships. Metra funding is to purchase and install digital station display signage systems. These signs provide visual information that is a requirement to be compliant with ADA law and as it pertains to transit stations, and they are particularly beneficial to people with hearing impairments and seniors with disabilities. We awarded funding to Metra in the last cycle, and this funding will be used to continue the implementation of those signs. The RTA. So the RTA does request administrative funds to conduct a region-wide dial-a-ride coordination study to determine strategies for county-level dial-a-ride services to better coordinate services across county lines. The RTA is allowed to take up to 10% off the top of our allocated funding, which would be about 1.6 million. We're requesting 350,000 for the admin and planning functions. We can do this without submitting an application. So this is our 16th project. Next slide. So our next steps after this meeting, we will officially notify all applicants of their application status, their awarded funding. We will then work to prepare the official application to the FTA for funding, and we hope to have that approved and funding available to issue grant agreements with subrecipients sometime in Q2 or Q3 of 2026. Next slide. That wraps up the presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Just for the board? Yeah.
Heather, this is the difference between this and the 88 paratransit is that this is project specific and the other is more general transportation. Is that correct?
Yeah, so they're 2 separate programs. So what the federal funding is formula funding that we do receive from the federal government to run transportation services separate from the required ADA paratransit. So that they're 2 separate programs, and we run primarily Section 5310 supports some of the county-led operating services such as Access Will and Ride and Cane and some HSA operating services as well. Yeah.
Any questions or comments? If not, how about a motion in a second to approve? Director Groven moves that we approve this particular item, seconded by Director Walker. With that, Joey, take a roll call, please.
Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Colson? Director Gorman?
Aye.
Dr. Groven?
Aye.
Dr. Jenkins?
Aye.
Dr. Katark?
Aye.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Dr. Mondero?
Yes.
Dr. Rotundo?
Yes.
Dr. Ross?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Dr. Sager?
Yes.
Dr. Walker? Dr. Yonan?
Aye.
Chairman Dillard?
Yes.
15 ayes.
And that
Motion
is
approved.
so approved. We're going to hold item 7E, which is consulting contracts for next month. And Rob Nash will be in contact with you to see if you want an individual briefing on that particular item. And item, I guess now it's 7E, is the approval of travel expense reimbursement. Any questions there? If not, how about a motion? Pat Carey moves, seconded by Director Lewis, that we approve of a travel expense reimbursement. With that, Joe, you want to take a roll call, please?
Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Colson? Director Gorman?
Aye.
Director Groven?
Aye.
Director Jenkins?
Aye.
Tarek?
Aye.
Director Lewis?
Yes.
Director Mondero?
Yes.
Director Rotundo? Director Ross?
Yes.
Director Ryan?
Yes.
Director Sager?
Yes.
Director Walker?
Yes.
Director Yonan?
Aye.
Chairman Dillard?
Yes.
14 ayes.
And that is approved. Any new business to come before our meeting today? Leanne, anything else that we need to do? So seeing no business, new business coming before the board, our next meeting will be September 11th at 2025, 9 a.m. Right here. I'm sure I'll be talking, or we'll be talking amongst ourselves before that. But seeing no business, further business to come before the board, Director Groven moves, we adjourn, seconded by Director Ryan. On that, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned.